PKA 804 with my financial advisor, Doug Polk. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Club WPT Gold, also brought to you by Lock and Load and our wonderful merchandise. Doug, it's been a long time. How are you?
I'm good. I think I'm a little early. Normally I come here every 3 years, but I think this is only year 2. So, you know, we're slowly increasing the frequency, right? We're just every now and then we check in.
So we'll
Zach,
see you
can you
next
remove him? Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh no, I didn't want it really to happen.
It's funny, like every now and then I'll do something and I'll just see one comment like, "Hey, is this that guy on PKA?" Dude, all the things.
We get that a lot. Like comedians in particular, like in person, they'll be like, "Oh, you're from PKA, you were on PKA." Like, and you wouldn't think the show would be like noticed as much, but yeah.
It's just funny when you see like little pockets of people that end up overlapping in something. You know,
yeah, we got some good people out there. So I like.
So I think we've all agreed NPCs have been kind of put to bed. But how do we feel about
NFTs?
NFTs, that's NPCs is a video game thing.
I didn't know there was a debate on NPCs.
Yeah,
my bad.
I'm in favor of NPCs. Video games should not be fun without them. Like if it was just you running around Skyrim, fuck that.
Who's your favorite?
I deserve this. But are we still really like crypto?
Yeah. I mean, so I would say like I'm a little less pro crypto than before, but I still have crypto. I'm still like a crypto guy. I still believe in it. So like, yeah, I think like broadly speaking, it's grown so much in the last, 10, 12 years. Like when did I first come on here? Like 9 years ago or something? We're talking about it. Something
long
like
time
that.
Ago, yeah.
7
I
years
wasn't
ago,
prepared
whatever.
for this test.
What's up?
I wasn't prepared for this test. I don't know.
Whatever it was. Well, I came on here and I was getting made fun of a little bit, and like, I think that those would have been some good purchases overall.
Yes. Well, I don't know about the NFTs, but the crypto stuff is probably higher than it was when you said to buy it.
I think.
Oh, for sure.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. But I mean, I'm more of a diversified guy. Like I just like to have lots of good stuff. Crypto is part of it. Real estate, stocks, businesses. Like I try to have like a nice spread out strategy,
So you're not one of those, because I know a lot of crypto guys who are like, don't buy anything but Bitcoin. All the other ones are stupid. Bitcoin's the only way. And it's like,
yeah. So actually most of my friends were like that when I got into it. And now I'm by far the poorest. So who am I to say?
I mean, like, obviously you don't want your retirement in like PooCoin or like any of those nonsense one. What was the dog one?
Dogecoin.
Dogecoin.
A lot of people got rich on Dogecoin.
Maybe actually that's a bad example.
Dude, I owned Dogecoin the month it launched. I owned some. I was looking at my like trade history and I was in there. I mean, I didn't buy and hold Doge. I'm not going to do that's crazy. But basically, I think like broadly speaking with crypto, just own the good shit, like the top couple, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe Solana, whatever it is. And then I think you're good. Like you don't got to get into all of like the crazy shit trading stuff and trying to like time the market and trying to like see what the next big coin is. I feel like there's so many people just trying to gamble, now where it's like, I just want to get rich quick, like Wall Street bets, right? Wall Street bets is basically that kind of culture exists in everything. But it's especially in crypto where people just want to take big risks because they hear the stories. But I think like the big assets are still good and they'll still continue to be good. This year specifically, I think is kind of scary for crypto for a couple of reasons. The first is there is just so much AI development, and they're like this most recent one with Mythos, where it's like the AI can figure out bugs in software and vulnerabilities. That's pretty scary stuff, I think, for most infrastructure for decentralized finance. So, we saw a couple of huge hacks in the last few months where like several 100 million was hacked, right? And I think we're going to see a lot more of that as the AI stuff scales up. So right now specifically is a little more dangerous than I think in the past.
Mythos, is that the one where you mentioned that it finds security flaws? Did it like drop find security flaws in like every hacking bank, and then the government like made it stay as some sort of private thing that they're keeping to themselves at first? Is that Mythos or something else?
I think that's Mythos. Yeah. So I don't think Mythos is publicly available. I don't know if it was government required it, but Anthropic was basically like, okay, if we just release this, shit's going to get real bad. So we're gonna like notify people and we'll let them know these bugs and we'll do this privately and then we'll scale from there. But there's part of that was that just advertising, right? Like our next shit, guys, so fucking good, destroyed everything.
Yeah, it would wreck my next project is so amazing it would destroy the world if you saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, our company is currently valued at so yeah, that still is. AI in general is kind of scary for a lot of crypto stuff because there are all these different ways to attack it. Bitcoin specifically, I don't think that's too much the case, but then there are some Bitcoin scares, right? Like, so quantum computing can break old Bitcoin seeds, basically. And most Bitcoin is in newer wallets that has protection against that because it's more advanced. But the old Bitcoin wallets do not. And specifically Satoshi, his wallet still has, I think, 1 million Bitcoin. And that is vulnerable to quantum computing because he never moved it. So there's going to have, eventually one of two things will happen. One, Satoshi is going to move it himself, and it looks very likely Satoshi's dead. I mean, and there are people claiming to be Satoshi, but the most likely thing is he's dead, because how do you just hold 1 million coins from like 2 cents to $80,000? I mean, it's very unlikely. Not impossible, but it's very unlikely. So either he's going to move it or someone will, right? And when that happens, it's going to be pandemonium for Bitcoin, because all of a sudden, when those coins move, when the first coin moves out of that wallet or all the coins move, most likely the person that gets to those coins is going to try and sell them, right? So the price will get absolutely smashed when that happens. Now, it'll be a short-term thing, right? Like eventually it'll stabilize, it'll lose a ton of value. But you know, what should happen with those? Should they be allowed to be hacked or not? There's a bunch of like kind of theoretical questions.
That's how many Bitcoin are in existence? If he has there's essentially a reserve right now of 1 million Bitcoins that can't move, maybe. Right. That's definitely propping up the price, creating a little bit of scarcity. How much scarcity is it creating, though? How many Bitcoins are in existence?
So there's going to be 21 million Bitcoin eventually.
That's a big deal.
The current
number, 5%.
It's, yeah, I mean, it would be real bad, real bad when this day happens. But I think there's 17 million in existence right now. That they mine more, right? Like as Bitcoin gets mined more and more. By the way, I've not talked crypto in so long. It's like actually kind of funny. Like I hop on, like, all right, crypto guys, here, let's talk about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit.
Let's just pick up the conversation from 2014.
This is all news to us. None of us know anything about it.
No, it's good. I mean, I'm happy to talk about that. I like crypto. It's a cool subject, but I want to just be really clear. Like, I'm not the crypto expert guy. Please. I'm pretty knowledgeable, but I'm not like,
sure.
I'm not Satoshi.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think you're interested.
Maybe no one. Maybe he's like maybe he's not even a real guy. Maybe it was some government agent.
Oh,
maybe it was all a setup to decrease their own value of their fiat currency. I don't know. That's right. I don't know. Again, that seems like an area that would be rich with conspiracy opportunities. And I'm sure people have done it. Like, who is Satoshi? Is that his real name? Is it really a Japanese guy who's just really patient? Or no, he's a
probably not. There are a couple other scary things for Bitcoin too, though. So there's a company called MicroStrategy. You guys familiar with this company?
Yes. Yeah, I actually looked at the owner of that company, Saylor, he got in trouble in the early 2000s, correct? For some sort of I know the SEC got on his ass and like bankrupted his company for a while, and more. Flush that out. Yeah. So basically, I mean, I don't know Saylor's full backstory, bit out there in terms of like personality and his interviews and stuff like that. But he basically has a company where their only thing is they buy Bitcoin, and then when they buy Bitcoin, he gets debt against the company, and you're never going to believe what he does with that debt. He buys more Bitcoin. So he's running essentially, it's an elegant Ponzi scheme in my opinion, but at the end of the day, it's kind of a Ponzi scheme-ish. But as long as Bitcoin price never crashes or doesn't crash substantially, / if it does crash, he can wait out a period until it rises, he's going to be okay. But you're starting to see how there could be dominoes. Like, let's just say Satoshi's wallet gets hacked, right? Yeah.
Those coins flood the market. Price crashes. Now MicroStrategy, they have like 800,000 Bitcoin or something, 700,000, something like that. All of a sudden, they can't make payments on their debt, and the value of what they owe compared to what they have is down, and all of a sudden they have to sell Bitcoin, and now the price crashes more, and then there could be like a series of cascading events that are really, really, really bad. So
Sure.
the Bitcoin kind of has some concerns there, and then the things like Ethereum and Solana are quite vulnerable to attacks from this AI stuff. So this I would say is like one of the scarier times to own crypto compared to historically. But I still think that as a general asset class, it's still a good asset class.
That would be a disaster. Like if Satoshi's wallet got compromised, if between Satoshi, who nobody knows who it is, and Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy, that's like 10% of all the Bitcoin right there.
It's a huge number. Yeah, it's a huge amount of the Bitcoin.
That's bananas. The thing I know about him most is like, even when the price tanks, I saw him getting shit when it like the price went up briefly and he had a buy order, I guess, at like 85,000 a while ago, similar numbers. And then he like bought 100,000 of them or some crazy amount. And then 2 days later, it's like down to 72. And so it's like you just entered at a horrible price and now it's down again. I don't know how that business works.
Well, yeah, I mean, now like when Bitcoin price goes up, it's like, oh, it looks like Saylor got his next round in, it's just, I mean, because he's always buying, right? He's buying at any price whenever he has the cash. So he's constantly pumping the price up, and then there are other people that want to sell. But, I don't know what Saylor's long-term thinking is, but if we wanted to compare it to like another company, what's it called? De Beers, the diamond company, right?
The cartel.
They basically just got all the diamonds, right? And then if people want diamonds, like step into my office. It's going to be pretty expensive. In theory, gets enough of the Bitcoin, the supply gets low enough outside of what he owns, the price could kind of exponentially go up because there's such limited supply compared to what is not available that he owns. So there's some element of that going on here. I think he also just believes in Bitcoin in general. He's a massive Bitcoin guy. I mean, there's a reason he went all in on it, but I've seen stuff like this before, and generally speaking, it ends badly. That doesn't mean it will, but it's certainly risky for Bitcoin that's going on.
It's something else that makes me think I'm not going to invest in MicroStrategy personally, because you go to his Twitter account and like anytime Bitcoin goes down or up or whatever, it's just him posting AI images of himself like as a pirate on a ship with a like jacked with an eye patch on, being like, hold forever. And it's like, well, of course you want that. Like you want as many people to hold and buy.
So you would trust a guy who posts AI images of himself all the time, like the president of the United States?
No, those are some of the most insane images ever. Can you,
I'm so glad Kyle said it and I didn't have to.
Can you imagine being like,
right there.
Oh, I think I should definitely make myself Jesus. People are gonna like this.
the one Trump post, I think it was a couple weeks ago, where he posted at 4 a.m. a picture of him like with an assault rifle and is like, Iran better be ready for, because we're or what? It's like, this is just unhinged behavior, like completely unhinged.
And also,
at 4 in the morning.
That because when you make an AI image, sometimes you have to revise it. I guarantee there are like follow-ups where it's like thinner waist, bigger arms, like wider shoulder. Like there's no way he's going with the stock, pudgy look. He's got to be jacked.
You're saying he doesn't look like that image?
No.
Are you?
Sometimes I'm blown away. You know that thing Michael Jackson used to do with the cutout on the back of his shoes to like hook in a nail? Sometimes you'll see Trump from the side and he's leaning so far forward. I'm like, what's keeping him up? Like, how is he not toppling?
Did you see his statue? Because I thought his statue was a fair rendering of him. Like, I didn't feel like it was too, like they didn't make him look like svelte.
What I saw was an AI rendering of what it was going to be. Does it exist?
Oh, yeah, it's down there in Florida. There's a 30-foot tall golden statue of Donald Trump that looks so much like Saddam Hussein's famous statue.
Oh, I saw this.
Yeah.
No, you're right. This statue has a belly.
Like, that's fair.
That's
right?
still flattering. No.
Where do you think the flattery is taking place exactly on
Okay, one, I think Trump is even fatter than that. Two, Trump can't stand upright like that. He would be leaning forward.
You know what we need to see?
The thing you're thinking of, there was a podium in front of him, right? With his holding himself up.
Well, he's being held down by like a dozen men, and yet he still was standing tall, Woody.
Oh my God. Get his cock out of your mouth. Can you breathe? Are you okay?
He looked like a running back. He looked like the bulldozer being held back by the entire
bulldozer. Except he doesn't hold any Texas Rangers.
Defiant.
Bulldozer.
Bro, you say what you want about Trump. That was a moment.
Where's the
wasn't
flattery?
even shot.
He was shot at. People died.
He was shot at. People died. No doubt.
The statue was gold.
You don't think he was shot? You think the blood was fake?
No, I think the blood
Service
was
hit him
from
with a
the,
pistol.
Yeah, there's a pretty popular theory out there that while the Secret Service was protecting him with his body, the holstered gun hit his ear. And there's video footage of this. And that could be.
You just don't.
Look, I saw Mike Tyson's ear that was bit 30 years later, looked mangled as fuck. Donald Trump has no injuries.
We're not saying
Donald Trump's injuries are consistent with someone who was rubbed by the holster or the
but before they got
grip.
To him on the video, he has blood.
Oh, show me that video.
He sees on
because I've asked for that 1,000 times. I've never seen it.
You were trying to say that it was the teleprompter receiver that got
like
shot
the day
first.
of, and even that I hedged, if I recall correctly. I was like, it could have been shrapnel from like a teleprompter or whatever, but I was like, I didn't see that either. It just didn't seem consistent with a gunshot hitting him. It still doesn't.
Well, I think that it makes. I think Occam's razor would be that he got nicked, grazed by it, and then it killed the guy behind him.
Oh, you think the same bullet hit both of them?
Maybe easily, yeah.
I mean, why?
There's that picture you see the bullet hitting.
I mean, somebody actually died.
The bullet
right?
you see, someone died.
Okay.
No one's doubting that there was an assassin who tried to kill Trump that day.
Okay.
Only how the injuries happened.
Oh, I see.
A lot of people think that it was fake, that it was all set up.
Oh, I'm sorry. There are people that doubt it. I'm not one of them.
Yeah. I really don't like that we're in a place now as a country where when someone gets shot at, or then we have to launch into like, but was it a setup? Do they want us to think that? It's like,
I think that's how it's always been, right? Like as soon as JFK got, people were probably saying that, like, oh, it's not. Well, people did immediately say it. Actually, they're like, it's not who you think.
There were any shooters. I think he just had a bad headache.
Yep.
There's evidence of the headache all over the backseat.
That's what happens when you eat pop rocks and drink soda. See, kids.
Yeah, he discovered the Mentos thing.
I wondered that for a while. Like, would you just burp a lot if you swallow a ton of Mentos and then guzzle a Diet Coke? You just have gas. Obviously, I'm not saying you're gonna die or blow up like
if
that.
If you do Mentos and Diet Soda, you'll vomit. Like it'll be that violent.
Yeah.
You won't just burp.
Oh.
And I don't know how much
Pop
gas
rock?
is created. Like, because gas compresses, right? So you can, put a bunch of gas in your belly, and then your intestines will expand, and the gas will compress, but I'm like, that might be way too much for that.
With
like a lot
Mentos,
of gas.
you're definitely gonna vomit. With Pop Rocks, you're gonna burp. Like whenever if I forget to take my heartburn medicine, I get tremendous heartburn, like more than I normally would. It's like my body starts making extra acid, and I'll take a tablespoon of baking soda and mix it with water and just drink that to neutralize all the acid in my stomach. And I burp like something from a comedy movie. It's just like, and I'm like, that felt like being raped from the inside.
Oh, it didn't feel good.
Revenge of the Nerds.
It's relieving, but it's also like you can't stop. Like you can't cut the burp off. It's the biggest burp you've ever had.
A nice big burp feels nice. And also, I watched the vid. Trump grabs his ear before anyone gets there.
Yeah, you heard something. I agree.
He knew it was coming. Ears like a fox, that guy.
That's what you do when you hear something. You go, "What? What is this?"
I think a bullet
people
didn't
do.
past his head. Yeah, I don't think it's weird to think, to check for an injury. And then there's no blood on his hand.
Yeah, I don't know if he was shot or not. I think that it's equally likely that the bullet nicked him, because if it nicks him just a little, then it can create a bloody ears bleed like crazy. They can create a little wound that will heal to the point where there's nothing to show. It's not. It doesn't. If it pierced his ear, obviously it could blow a chunk out of his ear. But if it just nicks his ear, then it can literally nick it the same way, like a paper cut, even like it could make a tiny little nick.
Right. Odds are pretty remote for a bullet to just skim the very edge of flesh like that.
No
right?
more than hitting him square in the face. There's
No,
you know
his
what I
face
mean?
is way bigger than the very edge of his skin.
Okay, but like that's fair. But I think it's very possible that could have happened. I shot a deer one time and nicked just the top of its spine. It was just such a small nick. I was aiming over him because he was like 450 yards away. My rifle's 0 for 200, so I have to aim like, I don't know, 30 inches above him or something like that. And I arc the bullet in, hit the top of his spine, and paralyze him. Then I got to walk out there and stab him to death. That's no fun. You don't like that. So it could have been like that.
One stab, right? Quick and clean.
All he had was a Leatherman, so we had to like make it long enough to go all the way in. Yeah,
well, we had a flathead. Just plunged it deep into where we assumed the arteries.
My cousin was hunting with an SKS one time, and it still had the bayonet attached. And they don't have a ton of money, especially back then. So he only had like 3 bullets with him. And so he starts shooting at the deer, and he starts falling out of the tree as he's shooting from the recoil. He's pop, pop, pop. He wounds the deer. He had to bayonet it to death.
Oh.
He had to.
I thought the bayonet was a waste.
Turned out what do you mean he had? Yeah, he had to. What was the other option?
I would like straddle the back of the deer with a plastic bag and be like, shh.
It'll be over soon. Stop crying.
It's kind of crazy.
That's not the only deer he's beaten to death. He was driving home from work. He's a welder. He was driving home from work one night and he ran over a deer, ruined the front of his brand new truck. And he's so angry about that the deer is, again, fucked up in the road, like almost paralyzed. And he beat it to death with a slag hammer.
Really?
Hammer? Yeah, Google a slag hammer. It's a welding. Is
that the one that's pointy on one side and kind of a flathead on the
chisel.
other?
Yeah, kind of chiseling on one end and pointy on the other.
Why do you bring that hunting? Or I guess this was just
driving home from work.
Yeah. For some reason, I assumed he was like on the way to or fro hunting. So we were talking about that. Yeah. This would not be the tool of choice for killing a deer.
It's pretty crazy that people used to get bayoneted. Like you go out there, shoot your musket, they're getting close, time to bust out the bayonet. Like, I'm pretty glad we don't live in those times anymore.
Oh, that would have been horrible. And then if you get like stabbed by it, the doctors are like, nothing we can do. Do you want us to shoot you in the head, or do you want a 2-month, adventure with gangrene?
Is that worse? Like, obviously muskets and bayonets are a pretty awful way to conduct war. No fun. Mm-hmm. But what we got now with drones just taunting you before they drop their munitions, or
when the last bayonet charge was?
Okay, wait. I'm gonna guess it's more recent than you'd think. Korea.
Was it like Poland in World War II? What?
Afghanistan. Okay.
The Brits did a legit bayonet charge against the Taliban in Afghanistan, and I've heard like U.S. Marines talk about. They're pinned down in a hole somewhere taking fire, and the order was given out, fix bayonets. He's like, I've only been in country 3 months at this point. I don't know if this is going to... I haven't fixed my bayonet since basic, but here we go.
Boss, I hate to tell you, I stopped bringing my bayonet. We haven't been using it.
You're like just running ahead without one, hoping you don't get in trouble. Like,
I got a Leatherman and some duct tape, best I can do.
Oh, that would be terrible.
If there are any deer, we got this.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I feel like by the time you're fixing a bayonet, you're already in dire straits. Like, things haven't gone as well as they could have already. Yeah. Otherwise, you'd be using the bullet part of the gun.
Things are broken down. Yeah. I don't know which war is worse to be in. I used to always say World War I because of all that new technology was there and nobody was prepped for it. Like the sword had advanced and the shield had been left behind, as it were. You had mustard gas and chlorine gas. You had barbed wire. You had the flamethrowers. You had tanks, and you had belt-fed machine guns. And we were still fighting the way that we had been fighting 50 years before. The generals were these old school guys who were like, just throw them in at it, chap. That'll do the trick. And the Jerrys won't count on that. And they just kept firing their gun for an extra 2 minutes, and everybody died. They'd lose like 50,000 men in a week, shit like that. And then you get the trench foot. You get like trench foot. Your feet are rotting off. You're in that hole living with rats and shit and piss.
I mean, it has to be.
Then I see those guys in
World War I had like, you get like the notice from your sergeant. You're going over the top into mines and machine guns, and then like it's like, okay, well, here we go, and then everyone just gets wiped. Like legitimately, everyone dies. And they had examples where like sometimes if the army like we're not doing it, or like a certain squad would be like I'm not going out, and then what they would do is they draw names to kill one of them, like, and next time you go over the top, or we're gonna keep killing you.
Yeah,
like,
they'd execute you for cowardice.
Brutal stuff.
That's old school. That was the practice of decimation.
Well, that's when you
in the Roman
1/10
legions
of an army.
Yeah,
that's
what I'm saying.
Comes from
is like after a failed battle or something. If there was a shameful regiment in the Roman military, they would like draw stones or something, and then the other 9 or the other 18 or whatever the math breaks out to would have to beat the other guys to death in their own unit.
Really?
Yeah. It was like, the beatings will continue until morale improves. Or something. Yeah, it was right. So like we have to qualify it with modern war, because any of those ancient wars would have been a fucking nightmare.
True.
Like you get hit by an arrow in an area that won't even kill you that quickly, and then you go to the doctor and it's a guy wearing a fucking Halloween outfit, like waving sage at you, like chanting. It's like, oh my God, I'm gonna die.
Oh, your humors are terrible.
We must bleed him. Just like how George Washington died. George Washington could have lived for years longer, but he was a believer of leeches. He was like,
sore throat.
I need more leeches.
They weren't just using leeches; they were cutting him. They were bloodletting. They were they took like pints out of him, and they bled him to death.
Vietnam was pretty bad.
Yeah, that's a shitty one too.
Like, just being out in a jungle.
There's a hot take.
Well, if we're comparing wars, like I think that World War II, especially in the European theater, it wasn't that bad compared to like the Somme in World War I, or even maybe some of those Pacific islands, or during World War II. And certainly, like, dude, this thing in Ukraine right now, the morale hit it must be to like imagine you're as fit as you can be, you're as well trained as you can be, you're a fucking ace with a rifle, a machine gun, a mortar, you can do it all. You're the head guy. And then you just hear zzz, pop, and that's it. Some drone just with a fiber optic cable just flew 10 kilometers and blew your ass up. And you had 0.2 seconds warning of sound, and then you exploded, and there was nothing you could do about it. There's no way to get back at that guy. He's 10 kilometers away, loading up his other drone. You know what I mean? Like
when I first saw that, it was so horrifying to me, because take World War II. I feel like being a good athlete, a smart soldier, etc., goes a long way towards keeping you alive and being good at killing people, right? Like it was like combat. Now, it seems like in Ukraine, you die and it's not your fault. You have to exist outside sometimes, and you get spotted by a drone and they drop a nade from 100 feet and you're cooked. And it's just like, go ahead.
Sorry, I tried to cut you off. Like World War II, Blitzkrieg was pretty brutal. I mean, it was like they just bombed everything with planes. Tons of people die without even knowing what was coming. Then tanks roll through, and you just get slaughtered by tanks. And then you'd have giant infantry behind that. But then the war was already over. Like when they showed up, there wasn't even a fight. So I don't know. World War II actually was pretty brutal. I mean, here's the thing. Like if you're gonna die, right? If you're gonna die, the drone way is not bad. It's not bad. It compared to
good point. As long as the bombing. I kind of didn't count on the bombing in World War II. That's really comparable to the drone warfare that we see now in terms of like you went to work, you're making your ball bearings, and then suddenly the whole factory's gone. Like you're not even a bad soldier or bad whatever. You don't suck at what you did. You just get snapped off.
Another day at the London ball bearing factory. Nothing will go wrong today.
What's that siren?
Yeah.
At least back when they used to fight with swords, it was like, all right, like if you're a really great swordsman, you're going to win some fights,
Exactly.
Like maybe the wrong numbers, but like
the skill gap was there. It kind of like relates to games in that way. Like the current warfare doesn't seem very skillful. It seems like it's tech based and position based and luck based. Whereas I think the further you go back, a lot of RNG. Yeah, so. The further you go back, the less RNG though. Like that's why you have something like the Spartans holding the Gap of Thermopylae for days against a way bigger army, where it probably wasn't 1 million men, but it's 100,000 against 300. And they're all just so much better armed, so much better prepared, and just so much better athletes,
coordinated,
so much better looking.
Well, Xerxes was also
in the movie,
way more jacked That goes without saying.
And they had trolls.
Yeah, dude, that was the coolest thing about
some of those
the movie
ads were
300.
mascara. Just saying.
Some of them were, but I'm gonna throw stones at those guys. No,
I said some. I was careful.
They saved Western democracy as we know it. Okay, let's give them their mascara. And
well, those were like the most battle obsessed people of all time against like slaves from the Persian Empire, where Xerxes was like, oh, that didn't work, just send like a bunch more of them in. They had to spice it up in the movie, which I loved, where it was just like video game mode, where they had like they were beating different levels, where it's like you beat the beat the low tier infantry,
right?
Can you beat the enormous rhinos? Can you beat the elephant people? Can you beat these magicians throwing weird?
Where did they get Oliphants? This is not even the right movie.
No, but I was watching that, being like, I wouldn't have wasted those elephants like that. I certainly wouldn't let them walk that close to the edge.
That makes sense though, because and they explain it even in the movie. You've got the one survivor who was sent back by what's it, Leonidas?
Leonidas?
To, like tell the story. And he's like pumping it up a little bit, he's clearly telling a campfire tale. Oh, and then the rhinoceros came. He's motivating an army.
And I'm sure like the original story of Ephialtes, the guy who's like, just that goblin who isn't able to perform with the Spartans, so he betrays them. Yeah. I bet in like the original story, if that was even a character, it's like, and he had kind of a club foot. But like in that, they're just like the most.
He was left-handed,
ghastly. One eye significantly larger than the other.
Yeah, dude, I love 300. When that came out, it was one of my favorite movies when it came out. I was the right age. I remember I had a history teacher who he loved to tell stories, historical stories, and he had told us about that battle with not as much flair as the Zack Snyder movie, but close. And so when I heard that movie was coming out, I remember telling my dad and my cousin, like, this is awesome. I've heard this story before. We got to go see this movie. And we did. We all three went to go watch 300 in theaters. It's great. I remember watching the DVD extras, watching the workout of the Spartans and being like, all right, flip the tire 37 times. Okay.
I remember there's an early scene in 300 where they were establishing the relationship between Leonidas and his wife, and he bangs her doggy style. And something about that hit well with me. I was like, I like it. Thumbs up. All these sex scenes are missionary, or maybe they'll do some sort of cowgirl. You don't see enough doggy representation in the movies, I would argue, but 300 delivers.
Not enough. And then he kicks that douchebag messenger right in the pit. They're like, let's take a casual walk to the kicking pit. And then
I didn't like that part.
Became a meme for a decade.
Yeah, it's like, why would you have that in your town? So we really got to do something about that giant pit. People keep
He's ruined the well, my lord. He's poisoned it with Persians.
If you could have done something else, we got to clean this up. The water's
with a Scottish fucking accent. You bring the heads of kings and crowns of kings. You insult my queen. You do this, you do that. I told you, Persian messengers are responsible for their words in Sparta. And then just fucking kills them all. That seemed a little shitty. Even then, even as a kid, I was like, well, I mean, they are the messengers. It's literally a saying. Don't shoot the messenger.
Attitude.
We have a saying for this.
I would write that shit down. And then, the message would be, under a rock, there's another message that I'm less responsible for. You read that, I'm running south.
I'd start with an apology. King Leonidas the Great. Oh, you are so mighty. I have to apologize for the words of great Xerxes. He's never made a mistake before, and I'm not saying this is one either, but you should read this. I didn't write this. I wouldn't even want to say those things.
That's how I would have come in. I would have seen I'd be like, dude, even their fucking senators are jacked. I'm not I'm not coming in with any attitude. I'm coming in hat in hand. Hey, fellows, just an idea. And
the real issue was he was trying to publicly embarrass and intimidate Leonidas in front of all his people. If he had privately delivered the message like you guys said, Leonidas maybe lets him live.
Yeah,
probably.
Of course, it's all made up by Zack Snyder anyway. But it's a great story. Yeah, I love that movie. And I love the real story. Whenever I see one of those History Channel documentaries about the Battle at Thermopylae, I always tune in. I love it.
I want to see Project Hail Mary, but I don't want to go to the movies.
You can rent it.
I saw that for $25, and I was like, I don't know.
So here's how you justify that purchase.
That's a little steep.
Imagine what it would have cost to go to the movie theater and have your candy and the drive and the annoyance of all that, and then the bathroom situation and the dealing with human beings and all that, and weigh it against $20 in your living room with your bag of pretzels and your bathroom and your wife and a pause button, and suddenly it's a good deal.
Strong
but
point.
There's a better deal.
You think?
Right?
Steal.
Imagine I've got an eye patch and a peg leg. And a can-do attitude.
You're
like to do that.
Fucking Portuguese because you don't want to spend $24.
Yeah,
I feel like a lot is being lost in translation.
I pay for so many streaming services right now, but I just don't know. I feel like Project Hail Mary is going to be slower to come to them than the movies I don't want to see.
Yeah, it'll probably be on Prime in 2 months or something like that for maybe $5 or $6 will be like it starts at like $25 and they'll only let you purchase it in Ultra HD, and then after a month or two you can rent it for $5 or whatever.
I thought it was a fun movie. I saw it in theaters, but I don't think it's a $25 buy movie.
Okay. I read the book, and I don't read a ton of books, but it's like, oh, here's a movie that came out about a book I enjoyed, so it makes me want to see it extra.
I watched the new Lord of the Flies last night. It's on Netflix.
Okay.
If you don't know the story of Lord of the Flies, a bunch of English boys get crash landed on a tropical island, and there are no adults, and they devolve into tribalism and craziness and ritual and murder and cruelty.
Isn't it kind of based off Animal Farm or something? Isn't that right? Or no? Am I thinking?
I don't think so, but those two are like linked to me for some reason as well. I think of them both as these like statement books about something greater.
Okay.
It was pretty
Animal
good.
Farm was the communism one. What was what was the message in Lord of the Flies? That little boys will be boys.
Yeah, that's the prologue.
I think
Boys
it
will be
was
boys.
a negative vibe about human nature. It's been a long time since I read it.
Yeah, it's good. There's 4 episodes. They're about an hour long each, and the kid actors are really good. And I don't know. Woody always says he likes movies and shows that make him feel something. At the end of the thing, I was like, "Look, that was awful. that was awful. Everybody was so mean."
Well, I mean, did they have to be mean in order to survive?
No.
Like, were they catching? Because I know Lord of the Flies, the Simpsons episode. I believe Ralph eats a lot of the food. Ralph is maybe accused of eating a lot of the food, but it was actually Milhouse who ate the food, and we all remember that.
Vaguely. No, they are. It's just schoolyard bully shit and power struggle and people and class systems. People think that they're better than other people, and that's kind of at the heart of it, of why there's conflict, because they've got plenty of food. They even figure out how to kill some of the pigs on the island, so they've got like meat and mangoes and fresh water. All they got to do is chill.
The core message of Lord of the Flies is that people are not inherently good and civilized, and that when you remove civilization, power corrupts and they trend towards cruelty.
Yeah, I would think so too. That's what the TV show I watched last night felt like.
Were they mad at like freeloaders who weren't helping kill the pigs or weren't helping like build the banana shacks?
So, for example, it's been so long since I read it, but I remember one group kind of went out foraging for pigs all the time, and that was like a premier, fun, cool thing to do. And then another group was actually doing all the fucking work, building structures, farming or whatever, gathering. And these pig people would bring a prize back every once in a while, but mostly the heroes were the freeloaders, and that like the wrong people were appreciated. But again, it's been a while.
That sounds like Survivor.
A little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Survivor has this interesting thing, like the tallest flower gets plucked. That's like the core message that I take from Survivor. You might want to be the weakest. You really want to be in the middle, and you don't want to be the guy carrying the team, because the tallest flower will be the first one voted off.
There's always some guy on Survivor, and it's like the first episode, and they're like doing one of the races. He's like, "I'll pick up the whole sled," and you're like, "Roar!" And then you're like, dead, totally dead. You might as well leave now. You cannot do that. That is like the one thing you can't do. You can lag at the back and you know.
Yeah. If there's not $1 million on the line and you're not being filmed for like True TV or whatever, that guy's great to have around.
Yes.
But, when rice bags are being delivered regardless of how many canoes this guy throws, get this guy the fuck out of here.
I wish that after the voting took place, the guy still had a way to stay. Like, all right, you've been voted out. You have to run the gauntlet of insanity. And it's like Ninja Warrior stuff. Like he has to like swing from ropes and jump from trees and stuff or whatever it is. Like he has to, I wish there was a chance to not be beaten by the conniving rats and snakes.
He should be allowed to remain on the island to terrorize the remaining contestants.
With the immunity thing, but as soon as you don't get the immunity thing, and they will rig the game if they have to, like now you're up on the chopping block.
I have a good idea. Every time someone's voted off, 2 people are voted off, and then they compete to see who actually leaves.
I like that. That's how Gordon Ramsay does it.
Bit of a gauntlet.
Oh, I didn't realize I stole it. Okay.
No, I would like
Great
that.
minds.
Because I remember, like when I was in high school, that show was, for me, it was at its peak. It was my girlfriend's dad watched it religiously, so whenever I was over there, it was on the TV, and so I would inherently get into it. And there was this guy one year who was, like you said, alpha male, and he came in and he was like, "Oh, we need fire." Made the fire. Holy shit, that guy makes fire. And he's like, "We need some protein around here. That's what we need. There are pigs on this island." He killed a pig, like a big one, and cooks it for everyone. I'm like, "Oh,
wait, Lord of the Flies or Survivor? What are we talking about?
This is Survivor." Yeah, this guy was a badass. And then one day he's like getting the fire going, and I think he's starting from embers maybe, or he's starting from a very small fire, and he's blowing on it to get oxygen in and get it to whoosh up, and he inhales at the wrong time. He's doing this sort of like in and out sort of maneuver to like take fresh air into his lungs, leaning away from the fire, and then lean back in and blow. And he gets his timing wrong or something. He takes a big lung full of hot, smoky air, and he passes out face first into the fire that he's created. And his hands get 3rd-degree burns, and he wakes up on fire, and the skin is hanging and sloughing off of his hands and forearms. And he just runs, and he's jumping in the creek because it's nearby, and he's screaming, "Ah!" And he like holds his hands up, and he looks like that guy at the end of RoboCop that gets all the chemicals on him. They're all melted, and they have to hospital him off, and he's like, "Can I go back?" And they're like, "No, you can't fucking go back." Like, this is it. You're ruined.
This is really going to hurt you in the roach eating competition.
Why didn't the crew wake him? Why didn't the crew say it? Like,
it happened fast. Like he wasn't in there for more than a moment. Yeah.
There was another one, not as dramatic as that, but this guy could fish. He had a real knack for fishing, and he thought he could avoid getting voted off if he was the guy that supplied all the food to his group. But they would rather go hungry than face a competent teammate. and they voted him off. It's like,
you don't want to get rid of that guy too quick. Like, let the fishing guy stick around for a few weeks so you have fish. And you're not just because don't they only get given rice or potatoes or some like simple starch?
Yeah. Like earlier we were talking as if no one goes hungry, everyone's fine. Yeah, well, I mean, I watch what happens to the bodies of these people, and that's not fake.
They get sexy.
They do, dirty and sexy. So double.
Some of those ladies, like, man, you should have plumped up before this show. I mean, I know you're going to be on national television, but throw on another 10 pounds before you head to the island of starvation. You know what I mean? Like, have an extra 30,000 calories on hand. That Richard Hatch guy who won the first one, I think his name was, he was saying that the whole time. Everybody was starving with their beach pods, and he's just like slapping his big belly. Let's home.
Yeah.
He went to jail for not paying the taxes on that mill.
What?
He's still like dealing with it. Yeah, he didn't pay taxes on his $1 million prize from Survivor.
What do you think? No one was going to know?
Oh, they knew. They knew because it was so watched. It was such a big deal that first
the IRS was watching.
We were talking about it at work the next day. I remember like there was a big circle all talking about who they wanted to win and who was best, and it was interesting because that was season 1. And we all thought it was a game about surviving. I think the producers thought it was a game about surviving. And then there were these like New York Times articles and stuff like, you know what? Survival in today's day and age isn't about gathering food and water anymore. It's about social manipulation and working your way up at work and stuff like that. And I was like, shit, this parallels the civilized world more than I thought it did.
So when are we starting a podcast?
As soon as we vote one of us three off. I'm fucked.
We have feats of strength first.
Feats of strength. Yes, we have to do that. And then no contest of speed.
I think it's all swimming competitions, actually.
This is more of a
crab eating competition
and an eating competition.
Strength group and a speed group.
I think we're definitely a feats of strength group. Definitely not speed. My
Doug looks like he might have some
flat
speed.
feet slapping.
Bad read.
I bet Doug's the fastest of us all.
Bad read?
Yeah, that's probably true.
You
But
can
I-
still be slow and beat us all. That's totally possible.
Right, and here's our speed runner, Doug. I'm like,
Doug, how fast do you think you could run a mile? I'm going to give you a month to get ready.
I feel like what, like 7.5 minutes, something like that.
I believe
I
you,
get under
but I
7
did
in a
this myself, and I got down to 8:30, which is pretty good.
It's pretty good. Single digits.
What are you talking about? Really?
I ran
I think-
every day for a month. I saw a YouTube trend or something, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna. And I filmed it too. I was gonna make a video and like show my progress, but my progress wasn't very impressive. And like parts of me, like I'd get really sore, and then like that would get better, and other parts of me just got worse and worse and worse. One of the worst
Oh, you're
parts was,
breaking down.
yeah, my bone in particular. I have like some metal holding that once held my bones together. They've since healed, and just the pounding on the metal that's like right above my ankle, it just got worse every day.
Yeah.
So I actually kind of like running, but what I find is if you run too much, my knees just get so messed up, and then I need like time to heal, and then like it also interferes with like trying to lift with your legs if you do like a leg day or something, and then and so like I'll like go through little spurts where I'll like run for like a few days, and then it starts to just break down. You're like I can't keep doing this basically.
You look like you could be a runner, but I have a friend who was a real runner. Like he was, he'll tell you, he's like, I was the 1,000th fastest person on the planet. This is when he ran in college. He's like, that sounds good, but the gap between me and number one was never going to be beaten. Anyway, he's a running expert. And he looked at me and he's like, you're just not for running. It's not the exercise you're supposed to do. You weigh too much. It's too hard on your joints. There's no world where you like transform into a runner.
Yeah. Also, distance running. So you want to be a sprinter because sprinters are jacked, right? Because when you run, you first go through glycogen, then you go into fat, then you go into muscle as you run longer. So like when you see people that are marathon runners, like their bodies, like obviously they have very little fat, but they're not like kind of a bag of bones. You see some of those guys, they're just a bag of bones. That's not really what you want. You want to be like still pretty muscular. So it's better to run like shorter stretches faster, and then, or like hit or whatever, stuff like that. And then try to like break fat down, but keep your muscle and not lose muscle running basically.
Yeah.
I would do fasted cardio because of that glycogen thing. My trainer said it worked, and I guess it did. But like, starting an hour's worth of cardio.
So sad.
I mean,
who gets a bullet in his
wants
cuck?
to look like the guy on the right?
Everybody.
I mean, that guy's clearly the better athlete. It's like there's someone off screen 100 yards behind the guy on the left with a gun. Like,
I'm not even convinced the guy on the left
Back to World War
could
II
beat
again.
in distance running. I think the guy on the right wins every sport. Oh,
I
there's a
don't
better
know.
example.
Those distance runners, they are a
That's
bag
a
of
better
bones.
example. I
And
think.
was
also, they
70.
sometimes poop themselves.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hate when I see them poop. That they poop themselves, and it's running down
Not
their
into
legs.
that?
Do you know how
wow.
little I would bench press if I knew there was a 15% chance that I shit all over
I
every
need to
time I
check
try it?
Kyle's browser history and see if this anti-poop thing is really true.
It absolutely is, especially now that Motherless has been taken down by those Dutch
Motherless.
commies.
Yes.
Kyle's search history is probably one of the most dangerous search histories out there. You better be prepared for whatever you may or may not find.
Bad.
Motherless has been taken down. It's got to come back, I guess. I don't know what it'll come back as.
Same thing.
Why did it get taken down? Did they have a bunch of illegal shit
being
up there?
put on there?
Yeah, that'd be my
Lots
guess.
of like drugged women and like hidden camera stuff, and illegal content was on there.
Snuff films.
When you
I
say
don't
illegal
even-
content, you don't mean young, because I never saw that.
I never saw it, but I think there are accusations that it was definitely like there's no way to like verify age. You know, they're just uploading videos, and the owners of the website have always maintained that we're not responsible for anything on our website. We host a website, we police it as best we can, but if there's something hidden in the millions of videos that we don't know about, that's not on us.
Dude, even the UI of Motherless felt sinister, where it's like, this is wrong. This shouldn't be. We shouldn't be here.
Yeah. You go there now, you get this like message from them, like, "Hey, we'll be back at 10, out for lunch or whatever." You know, like Motherless has been taken down because the Dutch government, blah 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 blah.
Is that what I thought? It was a CNN article. Maybe they were just reporting on what the
maybe
Dutch
that's
did.
what caused the Dutch government to take it down, but like they voluntarily like took it down. Seemingly, it'll be back, but who knows what it'll be when it comes back. All porn sites suck now. Whenever they did that huge like removal of all the amateur porn from Pornhub, it was like, well, this is just a bunch of whores now, and not the kind of like. These are women who actually take
not like it was before.
No, and hear me out here. There was videos and there was chicks on there who were getting fucked for the love of the game.
I was gonna say that same thing.
This is like baseball players from the fucking 20s. They just loved the ball. All right, they loved it, and they were going. Even if they got a side, they got 3 jobs other than this. You know, they're working ladies. They're not earning money off of this. And they nuked all that, and it became nothing but pro porn stars and amateur/pro porn stars who are just there to collect a check. There's some fakery. I don't believe you came at all. That other lady, I could tell she was coming. She had no reason to lie.
She had no reason to lie.
She didn't even know the camera was there. Probably, you know. Like,
so you're more of like a Blair Witch style porn guy,
dude.
Like
yes, found footage porn. Oh, I would love some found footage porn.
Yeah. That's
hiding
like
from a ghost
category on Reddit. I forget what is it. Photo bucket finds or something. What is it called?
That's one of them. Yeah. Like there's a lot of examples of that. But then like there'll be the title of the video will be like, I found this VHS in my mom's dresser, and they're like, don't watch it, and I'm like, well, just let me watch it. I'll let you know what it is.
The girl I dated in my early 20s. We ended up breaking up, and then she became like a very famous porn star.
Ah,
yeah. It's been
one day someone was
like, "Hey man, do you know what she's up to these days?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Check her Twitter." Put in. My first image was a guy blowing a load in her face.
And you're like, "Been there, brother."
I taught her that.
Was it like right after you broke up that she's like, "Let's just go whole hog"?
Some years went by. It was funny too. I said to my friend, I'm like, "Oh man, I can't believe this." He's like, "Can you?" Actually,
was there a little spark of like what could have been, or jealousy, or like, or was it? No, there's the attachment was completely gone by then.
Well, I'd moved on, and I've been with my wife for like 15 years now, or something, or some number. I should probably know the number of years, but yeah, I mean, it was like way too volatile, and it was not a stable relationship.
I'm surprised.
It was surprising too, because when I met her, she was a stripper, and I was like, "This is going to be fine."
Exactly.
That was more of a lateral move. Like,
did she have those rough hands from the pole?
Oh, I never thought of that.
She had like she couldn't really feel her feet very well. Like she had like, because they had to wear the high heels, and it like their feet go numb.
Numb feet, fucking fireman fingers.
Yeah,
no,
had farmer's hands. I was like, oh, don't grab me with that.
She wasn't a farmer.
She went on that pole. She was upside down doing twirly whirlies and stuff.
Although she was working the land.
Yeah.
Damn.
Atlanta has great strip clubs.
She wasn't a farmer, but she was surrounded by hoes.
Oh, nice.
Very punny.
There's the dad jokes.
I'm here to help. I'm proud of that one.
Yeah, we were talking about Survivor, and all I think about is how likely it would be that if I were on that show, I'd just get voted out for complaining. Like, just so much. Like I'm visibly 40 pounds overweight, and I'm like, I'm starving. Like,
you know how there's always like someone that just eats like a little too much food. Like this was all rationed out, and then someone eats two people's food, and whenever that happens, it's a nightmare. Like everyone hates them. Like when people come back, and you're like, oh, sorry, I ate all of it. Oh God,
I don't know where the barbecue sauce packets went. It's all over me. I can't help it. I'm a sleep eater. I'm wide awake eating food while everyone else is resting.
I spend all the daylight hours looking for shellfish.
It's like the guy in the hot dog costume who's like, we got to find the guy who did this.
We're all looking for him. They're like doing the like every week photo op. Like my bathing suit's getting tighter and tighter. Everyone else is looking like a ghost.
How do they manage that? People's clothing size must change. People lose 40 pounds. Do they just tighten it more?
Yeah, they're wearing beach clothes mostly, right?
The women sometimes they're just skin and bones inside those bikinis. Like they started hot and then they got a little unhealthy.
The show used to be better. I remember.
They look like marathon runners.
Yeah.
Remember when they had they had them standing on like poles that were in the ocean? And Jeff Probst is like the host of the show. He's like, I've got Oreos and peanut butter for anybody who takes their top off.
That was a thing.
They like got naked and then took their tops off and then swam over and got their Oreos and peanut butter. This on YouTube.
I didn't say the peanut butter would be in a jar, did I, man?
Wait, I don't see the peanut butter anywhere. You'll see it later on.
I smell it though. Yeah. Just a container of Jif, just like a pillar shape, pushed through in the middle.
How do you get peanut butter out there?
Well, he's the
host. He just has
they've got like craft services on the other side of the island,
Wait, Jeff?
Yeah.
Jeff said, I'll give you guys peanut butter if you take your tops off.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Oreos. And then the girls, and then like the girls are over there like dipping their Oreos in peanut butter and eating them, and the guys are out there standing just like, fuck, I'm hungry and tired. Last one to jump off the pole gets immunity. I think that was the deal.
Oh, there was still a guy on the pole? That's not fair because he needed to be given an opportunity.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's been 20 years ago or something like that. I don't remember that part.
No, first person to get hard wins. It's like, just focusing. That would be good.
Survivor is pretty equal opportunity generally. I feel like the show went a little too woke in general.
Did it?
I haven't watched it in forever. I do know they had that season. This is probably 2 decades ago now, where they were like men versus women, and after like 1 week, the men had like a cantina, and the women were like, "We're out of rice," and then they're like, "We're actually throwing a big switch up. We're mixing up the clans because this is not making good TV anymore." The women are starving, and the men are like over there, like they built a volleyball net. They're having a good time.
It's like I think it was either on The Simpsons or Family Guy or something when it was like Ireland if alcohol was never invented. Yeah. And it's like advanced civilization. Everyone's getting along. They're all scientists.
Yeah. Johnny McCready just invented something, calls it whiskey. And then they all just started drinking, get into a fight.
There's the clip of the girls stripping naked for Oreos and peanut butter. I time-stamped it for you.
You got to get the timestamps.
Yeah. Survivor used to be better. If that's what the show was like now, I would tune in.
Oh.
Especially if Paramount would do like an uncensored version.
These guys should have called the bluff and taken their shirts off. Been like, I'm part of it. This lady's completely censored out now because she got totally naked, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm watching too. Yeah. The girls offer, they're like, there's temptations, and he wants to know like what you'll do for chocolate and peanut butter. And a girl is like, I'll take my clothes off for it. It's what I'm seeing.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe that happened.
And then he accepts the deal and they get buck naked. They don't just take their tops off.
See that now.
And this has got to be like 2005. Something like
it might be. Anymore. If the show were still like that, I'd watch it. I tell you, I don't like that Naked and Afraid show. I thought they were going to be naked and they blur everything out. I'm like,
I got a buddy actually from that show. You know Justin Governal?
No.
I think he was on there like at least one or two seasons or something.
Okay.
He's like a comedian in the San Antonio area. Just a great dude. He was also, I think, a Marine as well. Like, he got a really interesting story. But he was on that show.
And he's like a legit survival guy. Like, really into that.
Like, yeah, he's legit. And to be a Marine, I mean, you got to be a bit kooky. Yeah, you got to be a little odd.
There was one where there were two people who did sort of a naked and afraid challenge. No, there was a dude who was like a total hippie, and they partnered him with like an army guy, and they had to survive. Do you know? I
remember that. Yeah, he had like a mullet, and he was they were very different, and they didn't get along. He didn't wear shoes. Like in real life, he hadn't worn shoes in a decade or two, but he was an outdoorsman, so he had these toughened, callous hobbit feet. He was ready to go. I thought that was a big advantage.
And he was partnered with this total fraud army dude who eventually got kicked off the show for stolen valor, and they replaced him with like a comparable one. And I think he also got kicked off the show for stolen valor. Both of the army dudes, both of the army dudes they tried to pair him with were fakes.
They found two fake army men.
Yeah,
we had fake army men on my little reality show. Like we had that show where the gamers were. So we had special forces guys and gamers, and we did like a week of the special forces guys coaching the gamers on shooting, and then the gamers would shoot in challenges, and then they did the opposite. The gamers coached the special forces guys on like Call of Duty and Halo, and they have to go play video games against each other. And I did the shooting part, and we were like, hey, you know that guy wasn't a ranger. We Googled it, and the producers of the show are like, oh, it's a little too late now, but fuck. We didn't, we thought for sure. I mean, look at him. I'm like, yeah, I know. He's shaped like a square. But apparently, no, he was not a Army Ranger sniper. We just looked it up.
Yeah. Pick a different branch. Be like, you're never going to find my records. Too elite, too secret.
SAS.
Yeah.
I can tell you, but I'd have to kill you type stuff.
Like Delta Force? I was on Echo Force. You haven't even heard of it.
I was on the Omega Force. Some people call it, quote, made up. Not me.
We like that. We like it that way. We're just a figment of my imagination.
Dude, the Afghanistan war popped off like yesterday. Did you hear about it?
Who's fighting?
Russia.
Well, Afghanistan's got to be one of the parties.
Okay, I fouled that up. The Ukrainian war is the one that popped off. Russia launched about as many munitions as we did against Iran yesterday. Now, it's not a good comparison because we're launching like cruise missiles and they're launching drones, but it was, I think, close to 2,000 in one day. Damn. And they did a lot of damage. I don't know what to make of that. They're like, there's 44 deaths. I'm like, that doesn't seem like a really big number, but Ukraine is maybe incentivized to come up with a low one. I don't know.
Sure. There's no way to know. That seems to be its own little like mini World War I over there, where it's like you'll hear a story about a huge victory for one side or the other, and it'll be like they gained 47 yards.
Yeah, it's really tough with that war, and I followed it more at the start, and then as it went on, obviously, you follow it less, but it's so tough to get like actually good information of what's really happening, and then everyone has a political agenda with what they're trying to tell you the thing is. It's like some people want it to be something that makes the U.S. look bad, or makes Trump look good, or makes like Russia look bad, or makes Ukraine look bad, or what. And so you're trying to like, I just want like the facts, like what happened, and it's surprisingly hard to get to the bottom of what's really happening, because that war, I heard some people are like, oh yeah, Russia's got this, or of course they're gonna win. Some people are like, oh, Ukraine's never gonna lose this, like they're beating them right now, they're beating them back, and I'm like, seems kind of like a stalemate. I mean, I don't know, I don't know enough, but that's
what it seems like. Yeah, it seems like there'd be stories about like if one side was just routing the other, and
or it would be
most of the stories I'm seeing now are about the autonomous weapon systems, like not just the drones and in particular fiber optic drones, but the land vehicles. The Ukrainians have invented literally like 3 or 4 different kinds of land vehicles that are armed with machine guns and stuff, and they're just remote controlling a little mini tank out there that's got a 50 cal machine gun on it and an optic on it, like an a modern like video feed, and they're just putting the crosshair on bad guys and going bup 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 bup. And if the thing blows up, like, it doesn't cost much. Like, it doesn't cost nearly what our shit costs.
That's Ukraine put out a report. Again, truth, who knows? But they said it costs them about $832 per Russian death. That's what it costs to kill a Russian soldier, which is incredibly cheap.
Yeah, because they're killing over 1,000 of them a week. Compared to our little war with Iran that cost $25 billion already, or something like that.
At least, right? That's
too much.
Yeah, it's sad.
You want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, Taylor? I talked to my friend Shlomo last night. He spelled it all out for me. All right,
he gave you the deets.
Yeah, we're all good here. I thought we were on the wrong side of history for a moment, but he set me straight.
I love how there is always like Trump's tweet from 2010 or whatever it is, where it's like, any president who invades the Middle East should be impeached immediately.
Yeah, there's always like a tweet for every situation.
And then it's like running the campaign, like, we need no new wars that are wasted, and then it's like, oh, but these guys, I don't know.
Miriam Adelson just gave me $100 million. This is kind of her big thing. maybe we strike that from the record and do it anyway. Fucking ridiculous.
Grocery prices jumped more this month than they have any other month, like 4% or something like that was the inflation this month. And then I know tomatoes went up like way up, and then beef went up like 15% or something. Okay. And we still haven't felt the ramifications of that fertilizer thing that I keep talking about. That's next year. That's next year.
That's not this year.
What's the fertilizer thing you keep
like a quarter of the world's fertilizer comes from the Gulf,
through that strait.
And just this delay and the increased cost from it, that'll be felt next year's crop. But then you've also got to consider, with the price of diesel up around $5, $6, $7 in some places, every bit of produce and really everything we eat is brought in by a diesel truck, and they're passing all that right on to the consumer.
Farmed by a diesel tractor.
So how do we trade this? How are we making money?
How are we making? What are we doing? Are we buying diesel?
I planted some tomatoes.
Are we buying diesel pasts? Not futures.
Am I shorting Whole Foods or what?
I mean, people got to eat. They're still. I would look into like hot dog companies and Hamburger Helper, places like that, to put my money, because that's where people are going to be spending more next year, rather than fresh produce and lean beef. They're going to be eating Hamburger Helper and Rice-A-Roni and whoever makes that shit.
Right?
Did like their CEO said, it's for poors.
Yeah, our soup is for poors. Like, that's all of us next year.
That's so funny to be like the head of the company and be like, this shit sucks. I'm not going to eat this.
Dude,
have you seen how little chicken we put in each one of these? It's like 3 cubes. It's bananas.
It's low-grade chicken too.
Like an ad and LeBron's driving it, and you're like, yeah. I don't think LeBron's driving IKEA. I'm just guessing. Could be wrong.
I do believe that Matthew McConaughey would drive a Lincoln, though.
I do. I was about to say that. Yeah, I see Matthew McConaughey in a Lincoln. And it's just different in a Lincoln. What can I say? And he's just riding around like nighttime, like twilight hour with the street lamps. I'm like, God, I kind of want a Lincoln now.
That's a good ad.
That guy's cool as hell. I guess he likes the Texas Longhorns a lot, the football team. And so he apparently, like, I saw pictures of him where like they'll be playing middle of the game and he's like wearing a big orange jacket and just walking around talking to the players. And then like a journalist will be like, just to be clear, no one said Mr. McConaughey could talk to the team, approach them, be here at this time. He's just decided that he's like, hey, how are you guys doing?
Which team did you go to? Which did you say?
Texas Longhorns.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah,
they're orange.
I've been to so I live in Austin. I've been to a few games, and he's there every single time. And they always like put him on the screen. Everyone goes nuts. He's like a legend here, basically.
He's a beloved guy. I've never heard a bad word about him. I remember even his arrest is endearing. He got arrested for like, there was like a noise complaint or something, and the cops go to his like beach bungalow, and he's in there naked playing bongo drums high.
Like, this guy's cool.
That's cool as shit.
All right.
To
hang out at bungalow.
I like how
he's very bungalow coded.
He totally is.
Like,
I like how he handled his career. You know,
just for a role I'm working on.
Yeah.
He had all those. He was getting nothing but rom-com roles, and he was just stopped. He's like, he didn't want to do it. It wasn't fulfilling to him. It was good paychecks, but it's not what he wanted to act. And he just told his agent, stop accepting them. Start saying no to all of them. Don't send me another rom-com. He didn't work for years. And then I can't remember what his next thing was. It might have been True Detective or something like that, something real. And he got to show off his acting chops, and that opened the door to so many other things.
He was really, really good in that.
That's
That was
incredible.
a cool show.
Do you think Ryan Gosling's getting that wrong now? I guess he was in Project Hail Mary,
He's
which I
in
didn't
everything.
see.
Oh, he does all sorts of stuff. He does all sorts of indie shit. Remember, he did Driver. We were talking about. We've got our guest last week. What's his name, Taylor? I already forgot. He looked just like Gosling.
Are you gonna do this to me, Kyle?
King Trout.
I knew you were coming 2 weeks ago. I'm a big fan of Doug Polk.
You
But
talking about King Trout?
We'd never forget about you, Derek.
King Trout. Yeah, King Trout had the scorpion jacket from Driver. He threw it on and then threw on some sunglasses, and I was like, I mean, you're like 80% Ryan Gosling right now. You're looking good. You look like a Ryan Gosling impersonator right now. You could charge me for photos.
I like that jacket. But Woody's actually not being hyperbolic. You could, if you knocked on Woody's door tomorrow morning, Doug, he'd be like, who the hell is this guy? Like,
I'm face blind. It makes it so difficult to watch TV shows. I get it. Like, oh my God, they've got two blondes in this one. I'm fucked, honey. Which one is this?
Oh, I remember your eternal struggle.
Face blind before. That's a term? Face blind?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Some people don't recognize
people
it.
are like, I never forget a face. I constantly forget faces. I have no memory for them.
For years, Woody was like, I mean, I'm loving Game of Thrones, but I can't fucking keep track of all these bearded guys. I don't know which one to switch.
They all look the same. It's so bad. We'll do like a Patreon hangout, and my internal monologue is like, bunch of fresh faces this month.
We have known you for 6 years.
It's like that's Fish. We've known him for a decade. That's
Chocolate Thunder, your face. You're safe. I know you.
you know,
I have one black friend.
Why is that?
He's black.
I thought he was really tan.
No. He's actually black.
Yeah, he's awesome.
My team beat his in the NBA playoffs this year. It was glorious.
Who's your team?
The Sixers. They're out now, but
I saw LeBron got swept. I cared just a little bit. LeBron's best teammate or teammates in the first series were both out, and he put the Lakers on his back and got him into the second round by himself. It was an amazing performance. He looked 25 out there, but he didn't have enough for round two.
He was really good in both series. He was like very, very, very good. And it's kind of interesting with him because I believe this is the last year of his contract, and he's considering whether, or I'm sure they're considering too, if he'll be with the Lakers or he's going to go somewhere else or whatever it is. And you're kind of thinking like, oh, he's so old, this has got to be it. And then he just looks like, he was their best player in both series. I know Luke is out, but then you're like, maybe he's still got something left, which is crazy for how long he's played.
Mm-hmm.
I think I read something, I don't know if it's confirmed, and I care so little that I didn't commit it to memory, but I think that he said that he was going to take the veteran minimum next year or something. I didn't know that was a term, but I suppose it exists in the league. That like that's the kind of thing that makes me appreciate people big time. Like I remember when people would take less money to go play with Tom Brady. I really admired that. Like people cared so much about a championship.
But LeBron has not done that yet. He's taken a max contract with every team he's been to, including teams that really needed the space, and he's done that for 21 seasons. So I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it once before we tip the cap for him clearing some room,
Yeah.
If he came back to the Lakers and earned less than Bronny, that would be pretty neat to me.
That'd be great. The fact that game where he like set the screen for Bronny, who hit the three and then threw an alley-oop to him later was like, what? This is insane. This is like blowing my mind.
That's worth more to him. That's why I think he might take this minimum. Like if the Lakers are like, hey, we'd love to have you back, but we can spend a lot less and get a guy who averages 19. Like maybe they say something like that. I could see him being like, well, I'll tell you what's priceless. That's worth $1 billion a year to me. And that's those moments I have with my son in front of the world playing the game we love the most. I could see him doing that. Like, because I saw that moment you're talking about where he's him and his son have had these moments on the court. And it's like, man, he'll never forget that. He'll be on his deathbed and he'll be like, remember that time I hit you with the alley oop. Yeah, Dad, I remember. Right before I became an accountant.
If LeBron worked for the vet minimum, could they get Giannis? I haven't heard anyone talk about that, but is that a thing that could be?
In theory, they would have the space. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing about LeBron that I think gets a little lost because he's just been around for so long, but he's played so well for so long and just been consistent and always in good shape, rarely gets injured. I know he has like PR moments that people don't like, or like he complains to the rep or whatever, but this guy
always on the first page of every book. Have you not seen all those? Like he'll get the photo ops where he's on a book and I saw someone make a collage of it once joking, being like, really weird. He's always on page 1 of these books. Like he's just always.
He starts a lot of books. I think that's true.
but like over the course of his career, right? There's been like very little drama with LeBron. He's just been a really, really good basketball player for 2 decades. I mean, it's pretty rare. I mean,
a little boring, honestly. That's one of the reasons I don't like him. I find him so milquetoast and boring. And like, it's not like he's the greatest guy in the world. Like he's not always like spending his money on.
Oh, I did see that. This is great.
Look at that. He really is on page 1. And all of them. Why would he post like that? Crack it open, dude.
So good.
You're always on the forward. Like, what are you doing?
I've always appreciated that. I'm pretty sure he grew up poor. I think he has a single mom, no dad, and he's been super famous from the time he was like 16. Yeah. And he never really come off like extra entitled or, any kind of bad guy. He's just always he's always the good guy.
And never forget, they offered him Adidas offered him $100 million out of high school, and he turned it down because there were incentives and stuff. And the rep from Adidas, like, who had initially made the deal, and then the deal got jacked up before it got to the table, goes to LeBron's mom, and he's like, "Hey, go to Nike and get your bag, and don't tell him we messed up. Don't tell him we fucked this up, because you'll get less. Like go in there like you've got a big offer from us. I'm sorry we messed this up, but he's going to get paid and he's going to be great." Like they didn't believe in LeBron. They were going to give him the $100 million if this happens and that happens and you make this many points and play this many games. And it's like, just give him the money. He's clearly the guy.
Yeah, he's going to sell a lot of shoes.
He has.
When LeBron came into the league, it was like everyone knew he was going to be great. I mean, there's like only a couple other players that are sort of like that. Like Wemby's been like that recently.
Mm-hmm.
Who else?
Zion.
And it didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't work out. I forget one of the
Zion Williamson was hyped on a level that Wemby was, and on the level that maybe LeBron was. Like he was way, way up there, and he had a build that was like a slightly smaller Shaq, but could jump way higher, far more athletic. And then he got into the NBA. He got fat. I think the fat caused him to get injured repeatedly, and he just hasn't been the guy.
I like athletes who have a chip on their shoulder and an intensity that is above and beyond what the norm in their league, in their sport. Like Ty Cobb's my favorite baseball player, not just because he's from my hometown, but because he played in that era where everybody was kind of lackadaisical, and he's sliding in cleats up, taking people out. Like playing the game as hard as he can, constantly hustling, playing it in a mean way. And then I hear these stories about Kobe. Like, I guess Kobe's team like lost 3 in a row or something like that. He went in and took everybody's Kobe's away. He went into their lockers and took their personal Kobe sneakers out. And he's like, "I don't want them wearing my shit. Bunch of weak ass ninjas."
I like that, and I can see why it's cool. I like it too, but I like the opposite of it as well. Like Tim Duncan, like that guy didn't talk any trash, or if he did talk trash, it'd be real short. Like I don't know, maybe he'd get a nice pat on the butt. Like that's it. 1 syllable was the most you could get out of this guy, and he was just a machine that you couldn't crack, you couldn't get to him, you couldn't make him stop. He just beat you again and again and again. And there was no getting to him. And I think that's neat in a different way.
Do you know the story about what Michael Jordan said to Kobe after he had beaten him in a game or something?
Yeah, you can wear the shoes, but you'll never fill them.
You can wear the shoes, but you'll never fill them. Kobe didn't talk for like a couple weeks. his team was like, "Is he mad at us? What's going on?" And then they played the Wizards again, and he dropped 55 on Jordan.
Yeah, I generally believe that every generation of athletes is better than the one before it. That's just a thing that's in sports. And everyone's like, oh, MJ's the best. MJ's the best. If MJ was around now, he'd be doing this. I wonder if MJ's even better than Kobe. Like, just let him go one era forward.
I think MJ is substantially better than Kobe. I think Kobe is pretty overrated. I mean, he's a very good basketball player.
It's the black hole of offense and efficiency. Is that?
Yeah, he wasn't very efficient. He just took a ton of shots. And there were years he was much better, like in the early 2000s, but he was kind of at the peak with Shaq. And like the combo of Kobe Shaq was what was so deadly, right? Because they were so talented in different ways. But I mean, Michael Jordan was they weren't that far off in eras, you know. Like Michael Jordan came in the league like 10 years before Kobe, 8 years before Kobe, something like that.
Jordan Kobe came straight out of high school. He was so young. And then Jordan obviously played at is it North Carolina?
Yeah.
1
year.
Yeah, I don't know how. I think that conversation is always fun, but it's clear who the top 3 or 5 guys is. Like as long as I don't think it matters. Like who's better, LeBron or I don't think it's LeBron just because of the championships, and I don't like his mentality. But Kobe and MJ, like that mentality to me, I always appreciate that when I'm watching highlights or podcasts when they talk about playing with him. And Larry Bird. Man, I wish we could have seen like a healthy Larry Bird in today's game. I love Larry Bird stories when they're like, he couldn't run, he couldn't jump, he wasn't athletic, he wasn't flexible.
I like Larry Bird stories too because they'll be like, Bird last night he was out and he like fought a guy at a bar, but here he's going to be the starting power forward. It's like he had like random stories off the court that were kind of crazy, and he was
trash talk.
It's kind of like what you were saying earlier, Kyle. Like he didn't have a side job, right? We'd passed that era.
Yeah.
But he kind of like was the sort of guy that would, you know?
Yeah, he looks like he should be managing a bowling alley. Like is how Larry Bird looks physically, other than the fact he's like 6'10" or something ridiculous. Yeah. But I do like those highlights on YouTube. Kyle told me to watch these a while ago, and so I did. And it's like interviews with people that played with him, and they'd be like, man, trash talk was pretty normal out there, but Larry was mean. He cut you right to the core. He would tell you exactly what he was going to do to you, and then he would do it and stare at you. And you just have to look down and run down the court. And just
that one. I like the one where like I'm going to mess this up a little, but it might have been Detroit or something. They were trying to guard him, and the guy couldn't guard him. So they put on another one, and that guy couldn't guard him either. And he's like, coach, the other team's coach, do you have anyone that can guard me? He looks at his bench. He's like, no.
I remember there's a story about Larry Bird being pissed off because they put a white guy on him.
Yes.
They put a white defender. He's like, they got a white guy defending me. The fuck do they think I am? Like he's mad because there's a white guy defending him.
He's somehow a black supremacist or something. I don't know what he is, but
he knew that he was the exception to the rule. He was the only good white guy, and it's fun to hear those black guys talk about it because they'll have like 2 or 3 old guys who played with him, and then they'll have like the young host of the show and be like, "Was Larry Bird really like that?" He's like, "Man, he was a ninja in white disguise."
Kyle, white people are back in the NBA. We're back.
Yeah,
we got Jokic. We got Cooper Flag.
Luka.
We got Luka. And we got.
I don't know if I count all those Europeans, man. I'm not sure. See, I have a more narrow view of what white is. I'm a UFC fan, so I see a lot of Caucasians coming in and roughing up my American whites, and I'm just not sure if I want to like blanket call all those people white. I just think that the only white people are the Irish and the English.
This is a ridiculous take.
I'm just saying, like white is a made up thing anyway. You know what I mean? Like
if Islam grows a mustache, does he get white?
He would need to convert, and he would need to like speak more than 10 words per minute.
How about handlebar mustache?
All right, that'd get me on board.
Have you guys
do a silly mustache.
Have you guys ever done those genetic testing to see like what your breakdown is? So I got mine right, and it came back. And it was 99.9% Northeastern European or Northwestern European. And I showed my mom, right? She's English. So like, I'm as like English white norm. I'm run of the mill standard white. Maybe Kyle would allow me to pass, but it's 99.9%. And she's like, wait, and it's 0.1% Asian, right? I assume it's an error, but it said 0.1% Asian. And my mom was like, "Oh, that must be your father's side."
That's maybe you're one of those Genghis Khan guys way back.
Yeah, Mom, he's the reason I'm so good at math.
It's that 0.1 for the math. That's really
Yeah,
I used to hate on the Irish a lot, and then I think you got that test back, and you were, little.
Oh, I'm not proud of my Irish heritage in any way, other than.
Oh, how Irish are you?
Oh, like very. It like majority.
How bad is it?
Like 70%, like 70% or something like that. It's like the vast majority of my ancestors are from England and Ireland, and there's like some tiny sliver from Slovenia, and then there's some Nordic shit. But it's mostly Irish and English.
So basically, what you said before was, I only think you're white if you're like me.
Yes.
Yes. Exactly.
Right. He made these rules after the test came back, Doug. Before that, he wasn't very passionate.
I've always been very passionate about my heritage.
That was a sad day at Kyle's house.
I look at Taylor; he's just a little swarthy. He's clearly got some Moorish ancestry. I think that some dark-skinned fellow came up from North Africa, and he made it with Taylor's great grandma, and she liked it, and now he looks like that.
Who's to say?
Her husband was sitting in the chair watching the whole thing.
I get sunburned pretty easy. So,
that's the Accutane,
that's
and you know it.
Accutane that was forced upon you at an early age.
You got me.
I was hoping, I stole valor on that one, admittely.
Taylor looks pretty Irish, I'd say.
I don't think we had like any Irish. My brother did the test, and like I'm more of a mutt. I wasn't 70% anything, but the biggest chunk was Italian, and then French, and then English was in there too. Okay, and then just a menagerie. I just had more.
Woody looks a little German. I could see a little German over there.
We don't fully know. On my father's side, it's super easy. Irish and English. His two parents were from each of those countries straight there. On my mother's side, they went to America a long time ago, like Revolutionary War. It's all mixed up with everyone we encountered along the way. You should do the
Ancestry DNA. It's not only do they do the thing that we're talking about where they give you your genetic breakdown, but they also let you know if you have any genetic precursors for various diseases, any propensities towards certain syndromes, or even if like you're going to be more or less sensitive to sunlight when you're outside, all sorts of little things that are affected. Yeah, they're a lot. Yeah, they target a lot of genes, and they let you know. They'll let you know you're.
No.
You know what would be a
what if
really...
I find out I'm trans?
You know what? No. You know what would be funny is like getting that little spit vial and you cum in it, and you send it back instead. You're like, oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the instructions.
I mean, it should work. I hope. I don't know how this works exactly, but it seems like there's potential there.
I don't know how.
Dear sir, we received your stool sample. What's wrong with you?
You could have at least screwed the cap on better.
It got everywhere.
All right. Before we jump to the next bit of Kyle's theories, we're going to hear from Club WPT Gold. All right, everyone. Here's a quick word from today's sponsor, Club WPT Gold. If you like poker or even just the idea of turning absolutely nothing into something, this is for you. Club WPT Gold is an online poker platform available across most of the US and Canada. And the best part, you can get in on real prize pools without risking your own cash. Right now, they're running a 5K free roll tournament on Sunday, May 17th, in just a few days, one day after this releases, just for PKA listeners, and anyone can enter. Seriously, there's no entry fee. All you have to do is sign up at Club WPT Gold and use code PKA. That's it. Whether you're a seasons grinder or just someone who wants a shot at making some free money, it's a no-brainer. No risk, real rewards, and a pretty fun way to test your luck and skill. So go check out clubwptgold.com and don't forget to use code PKA to jump into that 5K free roll on Sunday, May 17th. The free roll tickets for the event will be issued in different batches, the first on Sunday, May 10th, and the final batch before the event to get everyone. So don't panic if you don't see yours right away. Just make sure you've signed up using code PKA so you don't miss out. So prepare for the 17th and see you on Club WPT Gold. Again, clubwptgold.com. Don't forget to use code PKA. Jump into that 5K free roll Sunday, May 17th, just a few days away.
By the way, I've looked at the numbers, and there is really, really good value for people that sign up because it costs nothing to enter, and we're just giving away 5K. So it might be a very small tournament for a chance to win part of 5,000. So it's like really, really good value. Costs you absolutely nothing, but you just have to make sure you use code PKA.
Use code PKA. Give it a go. Link is below. Check it out. Nothing to lose. Free entry. Episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load. You know the spiel, folks. You want to start busting like a man. You want to start coming big loads. Your wife, your husband, we don't discriminate. Whoever you're having consensual relationships with, you are going to enjoy coming bigger. Your orgasms will feel better. You're going to love it. Use code PKA or code JIZ to save 10% off of Lock and Load. And it doesn't stop there, folks. Energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, protein powder. Derek is now making like delicious looking protein bars that look like Reese's cups almost. And so I just sent our contact over there. I'm like, send me some cookie dough flavors of those. So I will be trying those in the near future. Looking forward to that. But check it out. Again, code PKA, code JIZ, 10% off any supplements, anything you need over at Derek's site. And they really have an incredible offering. Also our merchandise, use code PKA10 to save 10% off any hoodie, t-shirt, polo, sweatshirt, pajama pants, mugs, stickers, whatever we've got over there, 10% off with code PKA10. I
got to say, promoting Jizz more into delicious protein shakes is a bold move. That's a bold move. I think you stuck the landing, right? But man, that plane.
It was a little tumultuous, but we got it. We got it over the mountaintop. So
we're good. We're good.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely clubwptgold.com. Check that out, guys.
Check them out. Link in the description.
Yep. Any more fascinating theories for us, Kyle, about how race works?
I'm pretty proud of my Neanderthal ancestry. I've got a very high percentage of that. Like it's almost 3% or something.
That's a European thing. I think we all do.
More than you.
Yeah, Kyle and I are more than you. You look like a Homo sapien. We're a little more primitive.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, they tested some. They were testing some Neanderthal like teeth they found. And they could tell that the guy had like multiple STDs, so he was getting after it. Yeah, he had he had HPV, he had herpes, and then something else. Oh, that reminds me.
From teeth?
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's because Taylor's ancestors raped yours out of existence.
That's exactly why, and that's why like I feel like a little bit of victimhood with my Neanderthal ancestry. I feel like your people. Just ruined my culture. We now know that my people, the Neanderthals, had music, they had art, they had culture, they had organized labor systems. Like we found evidence of all these things.
You guys don't know. Offline in the WhatsApp, Kyle's begging for reparations all the time.
I mean,
dude, the Romans were building like aqueducts and shit when your people were like just in a bog. Just like water
by the time the Romans came along. We were gone 150,000 years ago or something.
You're Irish.
When I saw
my
was
Celtic kin,
so much Neanderthal, I looked at myself in the mirror and I looked at my forehead and I'm like, oh God. It's like strong forehead and I'm like, I am a Neanderthal.
Now that you say it.
Sometimes I just want to grab a rabbit and bite into the back of its neck. Now I know where that comes from.
It is, right, Kyle?
That reminded me of another thing. Everybody knows that when Columbus came over to the New World, and then the people who followed him, they brought a lot of diseases, smallpox being one of the big ones that wiped out just millions and millions of the natives in North and South America. But you didn't know that he brought something back.
You're telling me now for the first time.
Yeah. Well, you didn't know as he brought something back with him for the first time. The natives had a disease that Europe had never experienced before: syphilis. The first case of syphilis in Europe, 1493.
Yeah, you gotta
I swear, honey, I think I sat on a TP toilet.
Yes. A lot of weird bugs over there. I don't know. Could be anything, sweetheart.
How did you learn that?
How did I learn it?
Yeah. Where did you stumble across that?
I don't know. I watch a lot of educational programming, a lot of like documentaries and like YouTube like docs and stuff like that.
Not the useful sort of education.
I mean, it depends what your use is. It makes a good story.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was actually he did use it. It's on a podcast here for people to listen to. It's actually it was useful.
You got a little anecdote to follow?
Kyle, I got your back. You know, we have to our people. We have to stick together on this. All right, I got your back.
Woody, we can't
see
let
how
him
he
do this.
tries to minimize and legitimize anything.
I was fact checking him. Historians say he's likely right. So
just another honest Neanderthal.
Yeah, that means that when the skin was peeling off your hands so many years ago, that was really from the New World.
I thought about that. I was like, that disease made its way from the New World to the Old World, back to the New World, and then into that dirty woman that I made love to.
Yep. And then you got the old peely palms.
Yeah, that was horrific. Yeah, if you've never had syphilis, it's a real drag. It's a real drag.
Actually, I thought about it, and I'm actually not Neanderthal anymore. Sorry, Kyle, we're separate, very, very different parts.
Oh, you never had a little taste of the sif? You know, it's just you feel like Al Capone or something like that. You feel a kinship with those historical figures who also suffered as I have.
Dude, that guy could have kicked it around in prison so much longer, just like one shot of amoxicillin or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was just like, no, I'm not losing my mind. And there's no one in there with him. Like he's alone.
I don't know why his syphilis was never treated. That is kind of crazy. I'm sure that they had penicillin by then. You know, he just needed a shot of penicillin and he'd have been fine.
Once it gets to your brain, though, isn't it kind of like you're done?
That takes a decade. You know, but yeah, I think that neurosyphilis, I think it's what it's called. It's literally hollowing out your brain. Like when you look at the brains of someone who has suffered from neurosyphilis, there's less of it. It looks like termites have bored away at it.
You've got to ignore so many signs to just have that for 10 years.
It becomes asymptomatic.
Like you have this to pee for a decade.
No, not necessarily. Like in some cases, sure. Like you have these ongoing painful symptoms, but some people become asymptomatic. And not only that, after I think the period is like a year, you can no longer pass it on. So like you wouldn't have that red flag of like your partner getting it and be like, oh, I got fucking syphilis from you. Like, oh shit, I must have syphilis. I didn't even know. Like that doesn't happen because you become asymptomatic. You become, non-contagious. And then you don't know for 10 years that you have syphilis. Yeah,
it's pretty fucking scary.
It eats your brain away.
But you'd have to ignore all the skin peeling off your feet and hands.
That went away too.
Normal. All of our skin peels off our palms a little, right?
Not everybody gets that too.
Nope, pretty static.
I think everyone gets it sometimes.
Dude, that was horrific. That was so awful. That's one of the worst things that's ever happened to me, and that's saying something. Like the whole palms of my hands, it looked like I had been working in a field all week and just gotten all blistered up. They were just all peeling away, and this pink sad skin underneath that was so tender. Dude. And then the same thing on the soles of my feet, and I'm having to make internet content. I'm wearing gloves inside of gloves. My doctor couldn't figure out what was going on, so she's like, she thinks it might be some skin thing, and so she's like, olive oil. Olive oil is good for this. So I'm putting olive oil on my hands and then putting those in surgical gloves, and then living it like that, like a psychopath. It was awful. It was awful. All I needed was a little amoxicillin in the ass.
So, Doug, I have this theory that gamblers inflate the perception of their wealth because that's part of their brand, right? Like if I was known for poker or something, I'd want people to think I was a trillionaire. Otherwise, I'm not very good at poker. Am I on target? And do poker players have a good vibe on whose wealth is what?
Okay, so it's a good question. A couple of different things to think about with that. You want to be known as a bad poker player. A good poker player is not a good thing because then people won't want to play poker with you. You want to be known as a terrible poker player who is very rich from not poker.
Okay.
But in terms of putting on a persona of wealth, that everyone does that. And gambling, they do it way more. And yeah, it's part of it's part. I think it's partly ego, but it's also to get themselves into like certain games or to try and make it seem like they don't care about the money when they maybe really do. It's certainly that happens a lot.
The way you answer the question isn't what I expected, because I didn't think poker players' wealth came from poker that much. I thought it came from their partnerships with like gambling websites, for example.
Not really, no. So when people play high stakes poker, it's mainly they got their money from outside poker or from being good at poker. Because there really aren't that many big sponsored names that have made a lot from being sponsored by sites. Like until a few years ago with like the sweepstakes poker stuff coming up, there was like nowhere to even play in the US. Like you basically couldn't play online. There was a day called Black Friday like 15 years ago where everything got shut down. The US government came in, took the money and said like these are illegal. And it's not until recently we've seen some states legalize it, and we've also seen like sweepstakes workarounds to basically be able to offer poker again. So there really weren't big contracts available for at least like most well-known American poker players until like very recently. And then a lot of like the foreign guys, typically they didn't make that much money from sponsorships.
Yeah, there's a gambler named Trainwreck who just came onto my radar because he plays video games too.
He's a streamer, right?
Yeah, he's a streamer. I'm new to him. I'm not an expert in his content, but I think he streams a lot of gambling content. I saw him playing a shooter. That's how I knew him. And like the tales of his wealth are outrageous. People will just pop in and be like, I'm a pilot because of Trainwreck. And it's like, what do you mean? Oh, he put me through college. It was, he had a soft spot, sent me to flight school, and now I'm an actual pilot. And it's like, holy smokes, this man's changing lives. It's huge. And there's a bunch of things like that. He was on a Rush streamer, and I think he offered 50 grand to the winning team. That seems like a lot to just like on a whim be like, hey, whoever wins this wipe gets 50K. Like his wealth appears to be real. And I Googled him and stuff, and they said it was from partnerships, but that stuff is very unreliable.
So I think I know I'm very loosely familiar with that person, and I've heard the story, but I think that's more slots, right? Slots and casino gaming type stuff.
Okay.
Compared to poker, right? Like I think for him, and I'm just guessing that he had some kind of deal where he's getting a percentage of what he brings people onto the site, or they're just paying him a lot to promote in his stream, and he has a lot of viewers, and then they make money through casino stuff. So guys like that have made a lot in the last like 5-10 years. But that's like a different vein than poker. Like poker is like over here kind of. That's like the nose, because poker is a skill game, right? If you're a good player, you're going to win money. Like you can actually win in the long run playing poker by playing a good strategy. But with slots, I mean, unless you're like really finding the right slots with like the right bonuses and the right programs, like you're almost certainly going to be a losing player.
Yeah, I didn't even consider that there was gambling outside of poker. I was like, oh, he gambles, that means poker. But you're right, it can mean a lot more than that.
Or like another one, sports betting, right? Like basically no one's beating sports betting. It's like a very small number of people that have really advanced systems, but the public is getting absolutely killed in sports betting. And a huge part of sports betting is finding the right price to bet at. And when they passed the big beautiful bill last year, they totally screwed gambling. You guys know about this?
No, tell me.
Okay, so last year when the big beautiful bill was going back and forth, all the different versions, whatever they're trying to get through, at the end of it, they tacked in something on gambling. And they said, you know what? And you can only write off 90% of your gambling losses.
Oh, that's right. I did hear about this.
Which is a disaster for gambling, because that means if I win $100,000 and I lose $100,000, I owe tax on 10K. I didn't make any money. So I owe tax on money I didn't even make.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, Dana White put a letter to the president like this week on this. That's been like going around online about how it's been impacting the UFC and what's wrong with it. It's actually it's a well-written letter, but basically it makes it so that anyone that gambles, unless you're really good and you have a pretty big edge, you can't overcome only being able to write off 90% of your losses, because then you break even, you lose. It's a terrible law. It's a really stupid law. It's a horrible thing. It has dramatically hurt gambling. A lot of poker players have had to retire because of it. It's a terrible, terrible thing that was just tacked in because some senator from Idaho was like, yeah, we'll take their money. And the crazy
How did it work before? Was it you could write off 100% of losses?
Your losses.
Yeah,
you could write off 100% versus gains. Yeah, so it was like your net basically.
You couldn't write off more than you gained. Yes. Yeah. So like if you lost 10 grand gambling, you didn't get a tax deduction. But if you lost 10 grand and you made 10 grand, then you didn't have any taxes to pay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Or maybe you win $250,000 and you lose 225,000, you make 25,000, but now you would owe tax on 50K,
another 22. Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so after that happened, there was actually bipartisan support to fix it. Like Ted Cruz came out and was like, I think we need to fix this. And then a bunch of Democrat senators came out as well. And basically they just couldn't get it done. They couldn't get the support because at the end of the day, people don't care about gamblers, but it was a terrible thing for the industry. And the worst part is you can't actually, it's not actually going to make more money because people are just going to either not report or they're going to stop gambling or they're going to do things like now that they realize it's like this, it's going to make them less money. And it really ruins an industry for good people that like make small amounts of money. Like what if you're a professional gambler that doesn't do that well with a small edge? You're toast. You can't survive anymore. It's a horrible law. It's a horrible thing.
Do
Probably
a lot of people
Vegas as well, which isn't doing well anyway.
Yeah.
I've heard that. Why is Vegas like going tits up? Just people the last 6 years have been terrible economically, and everyone's getting hit more and more and more since COVID.
Yeah, and specifically since Trump came in, because there's less tourism in general to America. Vegas got hurt.
I think Vegas is hurting for a good number of reasons. Actually, I lived in Vegas for a long time. I moved to Austin 5 years ago, but I still think of Vegas as home. Like I go there all the time. It feels like home. There's a bunch of reasons why Vegas is hurting. I think the biggest one is that even like 5-10 years ago, there was not that much gambling around the country. There were way less casinos. There were way less online platforms. We couldn't make predictions on the Knicks tonight. Like there was way less of that going on. There wasn't sweepstakes stuff. There wasn't any of these things. So gambling for people to get a fix, they often had to go to Vegas, right? Or maybe they had other options, but it was a more consistently chosen option. But now it's so easy to gamble anywhere on anything that rather than traveling to gamble, people are just gambling at home or they're gambling wherever. So
it's decentralized. It's everywhere now. Yeah,
so I think that's number one thing.
We know a degenerate who
makes sense.
He's like live betting on like Bulgarian hand tennis or something like that.
That sounds
like
pretty fun, actually.
He's like, I got a system. The odds, this guy will go up one game and the odds don't change. It's like he's clearly going to close this one out. Like,
I just picked the guy with more consonants in his name.
Dude, I don't sports gamble really. I do $5 bets with Kyle, but not really. But I do it emotionally a lot. Every so often I have an absolute lock because this is a thing that I know and other people don't seem to know it like I do. And then when it comes time to be like how I would have done, I'm so glad I don't use real money. I absolutely knew with no doubt that Sean Strickland wasn't going to be competitive last weekend. He's the champion of the world right now. Also, in the NBA first round, I was like, never in my life have I seen more predictable outcomes in the East in particular. But like, really, I thought I was pretty confident I had like a 90% chance of literally predicting every single series in the NBA first round. And not only would I not have won the parlay, I would have lost like half of them. Like but I was like fully confident. So it's good that I don't bet with real money.
The Sixers Celtics, who could see that coming? I mean, that was a meltdown. I mean, they just melted down.
The Sixers won.
I'm a big Sixers fan. So to me, that was clear.
Oh, you thought that was going to happen?
One right.
Well, the Sixers were a funny team because they had a bad record during the regular season because their stars were so hurt. And one of them wasn't hurt. He just got caught doing ketamine. So they had this like bad record going into the playoffs, but really kind of load managed, healthy-ish stars. And I'm like, I think they're going to punch above their weight in this series.
So the betting line for the Celtics and Sixers after game 4, the Celtics were up, I think 3-1.
Yeah.
It was, you could get 100-1 on the Sixers at that point. They were like 1%. It might have been 80-1. It was tremendous odds. And so I was like, oh, this one's over. It's gonna be the Celtics. But then they did a lot of stupid stuff too. Like they played Tatum into the ground. They didn't make good strategic choices. Obviously the Sixers shot well. Embiid was good, and it was unclear if he was going to come back.
Tatum hurt last game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
80 to 1's insane. Like I bet the odds on Strickland were pretty damn good because I think he was like a 4 to 1 or a 5 to 1 underdog.
Oh my Lord.
I think they said on the broadcast, they announce it whenever there's big bets on the main event usually, and they're like, someone placed a $1.4 million bet on Khamzat Chimaev, and it's like they say that right after like the fight starts turning Strickland's way, and it's like, ooh, I'd be fucking nervous because like I'm like Woody, like I know the sport pretty well, and I didn't see any. I figured that 4 to 1, 5 to 1 were right odds. Like that sounded right to me. It seemed like maybe he has a 15% chance to win this thing, maybe 20, best case scenario, and then he just came out and did it. It was a great fight. I was cheering. I was so nervous.
I know you wanted him to win because I don't know anyone who dislikes those Chechens more than you.
I hate them. I hate them so much. And I like Strickland. I genuinely like Strickland, not only his style, but I like him.
He seems fun.
I like him. He seems like a cool guy. He's like, I just train and eat and I shoot guns and I ride my motorcycle and that's it, man. That's it. That's life. And I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. That's my kind of guy. I don't know. I dig him.
Woody, you should have bet on your Carolina Hurricanes in the NHL playoffs.
Yeah, they haven't lost a game yet. I think they played 8 games and they're 8-0.
They're 8-0, which, they did also, I believe they beat the Flyers in the second round, right? So that was not a great matchup. Well, either not a great matchup or a great matchup because you either win, you win and lose no matter what, I guess.
The team name is the Carolina Hurricanes. Isn't that a little on the nose after last year?
Yeah, but they have a nice logo. Actually, you know what? Their logo, their standard logo is not nice. But then every once in a while, they wear those like pirate flags, like the warning flag, and those ones are always sick. And all my hockey friends are always like, "Why won't they make those the main jerseys?" Everyone's begging for it. It's clearly the winning design. Like, get rid of the other like goofy, just the Cyclone itself.
What do you guys think about this? So, most sports, the really good teams are just going to always beat the bad teams. Like the bad team just doesn't have a chance. The NBA is the best example, where like the Thunder are the best team, and whoever they play in the first round is going to get rocked. Like they are going to lose. But in hockey, even when you're like better than someone, you're not that much better. You're like a little better. So in any series, kind of anyone can win. Do you guys think that's good or bad?
I think it's good for entertainment. Just for watching it, it's entertaining. And the reason for that is like you can throw LeBron or whoever Wemby or whatever out there for most of the game in basketball. Even if you have Connor McDavid on your team or Sidney Crosby or Alex Ovechkin, they can't be out there all game. Like if they play a ton, they'll be out there for 22 minutes or something as a forward, which is a third of the game. Yeah, because you can't. You can't leave guys out there for too long because then they're going to be starting to get fatigued and get matched up against fresh guys from the other team. Yeah. And so you need to constantly be shifting fresh guys out. Otherwise, you're going to get
the same situation, but it seems like star power and just wins over anyway. And like they just a lot of guys play the whole game, or they used to anyway. But
the NBA isn't filled with like wind sprints like hockey is.
Yeah, it's a lot of very high. Like when you're out there, and imagine if every NBA player the entire time they were out there was like sprinting, like
they should be. Why aren't they?
I don't, because they have to play the whole game because they kind of game theored it out. They figured out what
shorter
works.
If they can't play hard.
Are you calling them lazy, Kyle?
They're so fucking lazy. I hate seeing the lack of hustle in certain sports by certain players. When I see it in baseball, when someone doesn't run out of ground ball, I'm like, man, if I was the owner, I'd fucking get rid of that guy. I'd mess his life up. I'd send him back to fucking Myrtle Beach to play ball.
I would love to see Kyle own a sports team. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
The Redskins.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'd want one of those. We're bringing it back. You don't want the name? We're taking it.
There's probably a lapsed copyright. It's all yours now.
Atlanta doesn't have a hockey team. Atlanta Redskins. Let's go.
They tried twice, and they just gave you guys. They still had the old expansion rules, which was effectively like, okay, you guys get to pick from the absolute dungeon of quality players. And so they would get like, oh, we have Kovalchuk and Hossa, two really good players. And it's like, yeah, but you got like 22 other guys who are dog shit and were like literally borderline minor leaguers in the other, at the time, 30 teams.
We lost a lot of games.
Carolina, Atlanta. I think they're the best place to be a hockey player. Like I think if you're a hockey player in Toronto, you can't go grocery shopping without someone giving you a hard time. Either they're criticizing you or they're sucking you off or something, but you just can't be alone. Between the helmet and visor and the fact that not everyone's a hockey fan in Raleigh, like you can turn your fame on and off, and that's the ideal. If you want to be famous, then just go to a hockey location of some sort. And everywhere else, you're not famous. You get to just be rich.
So Woody, if I may, your argument is that Atlanta should have a hockey team because no one likes hockey. Is that the argument?
Yeah. Nailed it.
Okay.
You gotta get people in there
for a while, by the way, Woody. I forget if we talked about that before or not.
What was that?
I lived in North Carolina for a while.
Oh,
I went to high school in Raleigh.
Oh, okay.
And then I went to UNCW.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
For a semester. But it was a semester.
Yeah, it counts. I moved here when I was 26, so a while ago.
I think hockey's terrible on
Raleigh.
TV,
but
it's great in person. And that if the Atlanta
hockey's the best in person sport.
If they had some free nights, and they like went to like honestly to black people, to black communities, and got them to experience what a hockey game was, and definitely get us a black player. Like get us a black player that they can root for. Then you could have an Atlanta hockey team. But if you just show like. I know I hated hockey because I had only seen it on Fox with the glowing puck. And I was just like,
that was a mistake. They shouldn't have done that. Yeah.
I thought it was so silly. And then when my roommates finally took me to a couple games, I was like, this is awesome.
Dude, hockey has the biggest drop off between TV and real of any sport. It's like not even remotely close. Going to hockey games is super fun. The chill in the air, the crowd gets really into it. It's like people are banging on it's so great to go. And then on TV, it's just it feels like soccer. You're just
low
like,
energy.
Wow, well phrased. Yeah.
If you don't know hockey well, and you didn't play it growing up, I could see how it'd be really tough to watch on TV because your impulse is to try and follow the puck. You should be following the players and watching their positioning and what they're doing with their skate blades, with their lower body, their stick, and you can kind of predict the play that way and see what's happening. But if you're like new to it and you're just trying to follow that tiny little moving a million miles an hour little black disc, it would probably be
the chill of the arena was 50% of the allure to me because I was used to baking in the stands watching baseball and football. And even in basketball games in our gym, it'd be so fucking hot and sweaty in the stands. Like even we didn't, but hockey, it's like, better bring a jacket. It's chilly in here. It makes you feel like you're kind of part of the game in some small way.
Yeah.
Like you can feel the cold of the ice down there. And then you don't see it on TV, but every now and then the puck fucking launches into the goddamn crowd. Now I'm focused. I gotta be heads up or I might get taken out.
Take your teeth out.
They got those nets up now because that lady died in Columbus.
Are they in the middle of the rink too? The nets?
No, only on the sides.
Just on the two ends.
The ends. Yeah.
Yeah. There was like
the nets were a good idea, by the way.
If it went diagonally, it seemed like it would get loose in the stands. I remember a lady got hit at a game I was at, and my friend was like, he was Lithuanian. He was like, "This is why you have to be heads up."
Kyle, you're going
to add new technology to sports. When they put new tech in sports, in my opinion, it usually gets better. I know you guys didn't like the streaks on the puck, and I get that, but baseball with its balls and strike system that they're getting it right now, I love it. Tennis got it right a long time ago, and hockey's adding some new stuff trying to make the game more watchable. I don't have an opinion on it yet, but Taylor, you're familiar with this? Like in the back of their jerseys, they sewed in like a transponder type thing called a GPS, and now they have stats on how much the players are traveling all game long. It's like a new way to measure the players, and they can do I don't think they do it all game long, but sometimes when there are replays, they'll put the players' names sort of hovering above them with tech.
Yeah, that's good.
They could. You like that? Okay.
Oh, I like that. And I think the stats thing you're saying is also great because they'll show up little highlights where it'll be like, holy fuck, McDavid was going 31 miles an hour right there. Like that guy's flying right now.
That's cool.
You get cool stats.
Yeah.
They tried to do
how
something
fast I could go. I bet I go over 20.
Kyle, you're going to be 80 years old one day, and you're like, you know where America went wrong? When they put in those nets at hockey games. Now, I take my drink and not even watch. These days, they don't know how good they have.
You know what?
Baseball
that
has
lady
nets
in
too,
Columbus wouldn't have died if she was paying attention.
That's absolutely right. If you're a casual fan, maybe this isn't the game for you. All right, there's a deadly puck that flies into the crowd.
Have you guys ever sat courtside at a basketball game?
Not basketball, hockey,
No.
yes.
That's a situation I've only done it a couple of times, but when you're that close and you see how big these people are, you're like, oh shit, I gotta stay focused here. Like this could be like if they because you'll see a clip where it's like someone will barrel into the stands and you're just like, it's dangerous. You know,
step
they're
on
very large people.
Break your
Dude,
foot.
one time I met Shaq and I'm face blind, right? So there's this enormous black guy in the lobby.
Woody.
Wait,
if it weren't for the jersey, I would have been confused.
Wait for the story. So there's this enormous, super big black guy in the lobby, and everyone's like surrounding him and stuff. And they're like, Shaq's here, Shaq's here. So I'm like, oh, fuck, that's him, right? And then an even bigger guy comes. That one's actually Shaq. The other one was security for Shaq.
He got his shirt autographed by Shaq's security guard.
What he's watching, and he's like, "That's so cool that Shaq carries a gun."
That's amazing.
That's great. Yeah, I feel like Shaq is.
I think hockey would be improved. Imagine if you put some cameras on the helmets. I don't see any reason why you can't put me a live feed on somebody's helmet. I would love to see them moving really fast, skating in and out. I'd love to know. I don't know, and I don't watch hockey, so I don't know if they already do stuff like this. But I'd like to see them mic'd up. I'd like to, because the impacts are so
they do
violent.
The mics on occasion.
They would sound really good. I want to know how fast the puck's moving, because I think that's an impressive stat. In baseball, they've got the rotation rate of the ball. They've got everything laser fucking guided. I appreciate all that stuff. But whenever I see, especially in the NFL, when they're mic'd up and you kind of get a little dose of personality of these guys, of like how sometimes they're just kind of playful, and it's like they're slapping their opponent on the butt. Good one out there. I'll see you at blah 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 tonight. And it's like, oh, that's cool. They got a little camaraderie there. I like that. Like it's nice to get the insight.
I like the mic'd up thing way more than I like the coach interview or the player interview.
Sure.
They're like, oh yeah, so you did really well there with that offensive possession. What were you thinking? He's like, oh well, I just got a score, and the thing was like I had a shot, so I took it. And you're just like, what are we getting from this?
Even, It was we had a Russian player who was like an all-star for us back in the day on the St. Louis Blues, and in the first couple of years he didn't speak English well. So every interview they'd be like, Vladdy, what were you thinking when you went in on that breakaway and scored the winning goal? And he'd be like, it is a big part of game to score, and I'm very happy to make a score. And they're like, thanks for that, Vladdy. Get back out there. Like, and it's just like
that reminds me a little bit of there's a basketball player named Steven Adams, really big dude. I think he's from Australia, huge guy. And his interviews are always like, Steven, you're such a great rebounder. Like, what is it about you that lets you rebound? And I'm like, I'm a big bloke, mate. I just reach my hand up there and I grab the ball. You're like,
you haven't heard his recent one. He explained the science of rebounding. So he said, this guy's a big guy. He's strong, and he's often considered the strongest guy in the NBA currently. And he's like, it's about boxing out. And if you look at the backboard, that's 180 degrees. 180 degrees is like the possibility of where this ball could go off the rebound. So I'm positioning myself to control as many of those degrees as possible. Like 90 is about best case scenario. And he's like, but if I control 90% and that I can make that other guy only control 20%, odds are I get that rebound. And I was like, shucks, I never thought of it like that. Now I'll be a rebounding monster, maybe.
Oh, that's a much better story. I wish he'd said that when I was listening.
There's like compilations of him breaking up fights, and he's so big and strong. Two players will be like all aggro pushing, maybe even throwing or wrestling, and he just bear hugs one and walks them to another area of the court. He like lifts them and carries them like they're children, and the people being carried are like, well, I guess this is my life now. Okay, Steven Adams is moving me.
The NBA would be more fun. I get, they can't do like hockey style full fist punches, but maybe open hand slaps. Maybe you allow something like that when it gets down and dirty. Someone's really mad. You can't have a mob, but two guys can pair off and just duke it out.
One of the challenges is jumping makes you vulnerable. In hockey, you can keep your head up and kind of be ready to get hit all the time, but if a big part of the sport is jumping, then the low bridge is like always there. You can't have violence in basketball the same way.
Yeah, that's fair. I was just being selfish because that would make it more fun for me.
Oh, I agree.
It would be more fun. I agree with that.
It would be. Yeah.
Oh man, imagine if the players were more physically scared of each other, like the impact that would have. I think you'd see less like dynamic athleticism. Like imagine a guy who's fucking low Earth orbit flying like under the rim and the backboard as he does a reverse layup. That shit's gone when you add checks. Like that's not a good play anymore.
Yeah,
I think that's the reason there isn't more lacrosse style goals in the NHL. I think the hitting just prevents all that hot dogging.
Oh yeah, that you'll see people try and do the Michigan where they behind the net like put the puck up onto their stick flat and then just tuck it in. If you've ever seen that where they scoop it right up, toss it in. Zach can find a video.
Are you talking about lacrosse?
No, it's a lacrosse style goal in
okay hockey. Kyle, I'm a Neanderthal again. We're good, man. I got you back.
But like when guys try that in the NHL, because you have to be staring at your own stick with the puck trying to do it, it's like a welcome to the show moment where they'll just blow you up, and now you're like getting carried off in a stretcher because you tried to do some goofy shit that worked in the minors.
Yeah.
It's cool.
What a great sport.
It's a great sport. And they do what you said earlier. They don't do it enough, but they do track the speed of the shots. I think they only do it like when it's impressive. So it'll be like, oh, that slap shot went 102 miles an hour. That's crazy. Like that's a big boy shot.
I would be interested in reaction time, maybe from a goalie standpoint. Like I don't know if there's a way to like measure that. Like, but if they showed me that, I would be impressed to see a goalie do that stick catching thing that tests your reaction time. You've seen that they drop the sticks randomly, and like they seem like they'd be good at that sort of thing. I saw an F1 guy do that, and he was incredible at it.
That makes sense.
His reaction times were outrageous.
Pro goalies probably wouldn't be dropping too many of those. F1,
I think most people it's a quarter of a second, like 250 milliseconds or whatever.
Goalie's a tough job because there's so much random variance, and it matters so much what situations the defense gives you. Like if they get a 2-on-1 breakaway and you're the goalie, you're just like, all right, I'm going to do my best here. But like, come on, guys. But then the goal, it's like, oh, the goalie needs to be better.
Yeah. And everybody's mad at you. Yeah. That's not fun.
When no one's ever like, man, our goalie had that great shot at the end to win.
No. It's
if a goalie gets noticed, he did something uncommon in a positive way. Got 54 blocks that game. Wow. He stood on his head. Oh, in the Olympics, the best player, maybe for America, was the goalie. What am I'm talking about? Yeah.
Connor Hellebuck.
But I would guess he got a lot less time than the guy that scored the game winner. That's the nature of goalie.
Sure. But that's one of those things where you interviewed any of those guys who scored on the U.S. team afterward, and they're like, the reason we won is, Hellebuck back there was a wall for us. Like we would have been fucked if he hadn't stood on his head and been crazy.
Sure. But he's not the one on the Wheaties box.
But he's not the one, I think part of the reason they made him stand in the back for like their, White House picture was because he's like 6'7" or something ridiculous. And the guy who scored the goal is like, he's like one of those guys who claims 5'9", but I'd be surprised if he was over 5'8". And it's only because he's so speedy and so skillful that he even made it in the league. Because like that's a teeny little guy for professional hockey, any professional sport.
Hockey's one of those sports where like when America is playing versus other countries, I'm like, I don't care about this. And U.S. wins, I'm like, yeah, we're America. Stay home, you guys. And then the moment that we lose. I'm like, yeah, no one cares about hockey. It's hockey.
That's how I feel about soccer, but I do care about hockey. Like we
have a World Cup this year, huh?
Are we good, or are we kind of?
I don't know about the U.S. team. I'm saying we're hosting it. Like the countries, it's in America.
Oh,
the host country makes the World Cup. They don't have to earn it. So we'll field a team. After that, we'll see.
It's going to be a shit show. It's going to be a debacle with the immigration stuff and the political stuff. It is going to be wild because like the fans who would normally come to this thing from all over the world, namely South America, probably since it's in LA, I believe. Like things are a little different now. I think it's going to be wild.
You think it's good for our odds?
Just to like complete the circle, FIFA should give Trump another Peace Prize.
Yeah,
just to put some value on what the FIFA Peace Prize is really worth.
All right, guys. So it took us 2 hours and 8 minutes for Kyle to talk about immigration. The over came in, so I'll be collecting.
I'm fine with us hosting it. I just don't want us to get blown out.
You know, we talked about this about a year ago when it was first announced. The enhanced games are taking place May 24th. I sent a link over there to the website. So for those that don't know, there's no drug testing, and there's rather sort of like drug encouragement. So these guys are on steroids, human growth hormone, Adderall, everything, and they're competing in a number of games. I'm going to watch this. There's some former Olympians.
I wonder if great athletes who don't have to pretend they're not on steroids can beat the greatest athletes who do pretend they're not on steroids. You see what I'm doing? Yeah.
Catch-22. I don't know.
It's in Vegas.
No one from the main, core four sports is going to go play in that, right?
There's former Olympians
what kind of games is it? Like,
yeah, I was about to say, because that's kind of the fun part. So there's going to be swimming, track, weightlifting, strongman, and that may be all. That's all I'm seeing here. But I'm seeing that there's. I don't know any of these people's names, but there's like notable athletes from.
No fighting?
I guess as I process it, like you're not going to have badminton in the enhanced Olympics.
This guy's shredded out of his mind.
Sports. All the sailing events. I mean, think about how many events are in the Summer Olympics that aren't about steroids.
You got a little thing up there saying he hit the shuttlecock, 105 miles an hour.
One of the contestants in this for weightlifting is this big dude. His name is Thor.
Thor Bjornsson?
I'd like to get some bets down on Thor. What do you guys think?
Is it Bjornsson?
I thought it was Thor Bjornsson. He's because he's like an actual professional strongman. He's the guy who played the Mountain in Game of Thrones, and I think maybe he doesn't hold it anymore because these things seem to change hands relatively quickly. But he had the world deadlift record of like 1,005, 1,010 pounds.
But was it a real deadlift record?
Disputed.
Because I remember. One of them, the plate seemed extra tall. Like there's a name for it. I forget what it is, like a wagon wheel or something. And I'm like, oh shit, I could pick more up if it was halfway there already.
Well, he's incredibly tall. Like I bet it like it's.
But there should be a standard on the bar distance from the ground.
Yeah, of course.
Perhaps
if it's a sport, there has to be.
I think the main problem was I think his dad put the weights on the bar, and they're like in a gym somewhere. I think I heard Eddie Hall talking about this. He's like, when I did it, I'm in front of like the judges at strongman competition 2021 or whatever. Like all of those. And if you think about it, if you're going to lift 1,000 pounds, if each of those plates is only off by an ounce, then we have fucked up this record. If they're off by there's so many plates that the smallest variance starts causing a problem. So now you need special fucking plates that are weighed to the milliounce or whatever, to the gram at least.
I like milliounce.
Yeah, milliounce. We have those here.
A milliounce. I'm hearing milliamps, like the voltage measurement.
Yeah, no, milliounce.
Yeah.
I could tell that.
How many kilometers did he lift?
Yeah. Eddie Hall, I could tell that his was real because his like head almost exploded. While he was doing, he's just pouring blood from his nostrils as he was doing it. Yeah,
I hate watching the attempts. Like I watched them when he did it. One of them, I watched him do it, and they drug the bar over their shins, and they peeled all the skin off their shins in the lip, and it's bleeding profusely. And then like I think it's Eddie Hall who like had the terrible nosebleed while he's doing it, like blood's gushing out of him. I saw a woman she was squatting and she pissed and blood shot out of her nose. Like it was coming out of both ends.
That's a tough situation.
Was
because
that
when you're
on Motherless?
That game's so fucking hard. Call that a strawberry sandy.
Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought the mountain Thor Bjornsson had a legit one because the video I'm remembering, it was like it wasn't him in a gym. It was like where there's that giant thing of like protein powder sponsorships behind him on that giant tarp.
Yeah.
I would imagine. So
I just know I saw Eddie Hall like questioning the legitimacy of his lift for X, Y, and Z reasons, and he had a few.
Those guys are not friends.
You wouldn't think so. Is Eddie Hall the one that fought the two midgets in MMA?
Yeah, but
Yes.
I think so. But no, you know
Maybe
Eddie Hall and Thor are like rivals. They hate each other.
Of course. I mean, it makes sense.
Okay.
Or they just know how to put on a show. Who knows? You can't tell. And like,
Didn't they
sports.
fight each other too? Which I guess again, it could be a work. Not a work. That means fake fight, but it could be a fake rivalry.
it says that half Thor Julius Bjornsson's deadlift world record is 1,124.4 pounds.
Woo!
That's heavy.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's heavy.
It's not bad.
When you're like 6'9" or 6'10" or whatever that monster is, like that's a lot further to pull it.
Yes,
Yeah.
you'd think that the record would be held by a short person. Like, did you ever see Greg Doucette's like lifts? He did I think it's called sumo style, where you spread your legs really wide, and then you only have to lift it like 4 inches before you're at full extension.
Especially as short as he is.
And he's very short, and he spread his legs really wide, and he'll tell you like, yeah, it's in the rules, and it's easier to do it that way.
I mean, I guess it's fair. It's just he's mechanically better at it. You could say that about so many guys on bench press records. Like my arms are so long. Like I'm never going to lift 700 pounds.
Right.
But if my arms were half as long, it could probably get pretty close.
Yeah.
You got it's half the work, half the distance to travel.
So my problem on deadlifts is the grip. Like I just can't hold the weight. Like I'm not limited by, like if I use straps, I can go way more than if I'm just trying to hold it.
Feels like cheating with the straps though. I think they're allowed to use straps because can human hands even hold that much?
Yeah.
1,100 pounds.
You know, they do that one strongman thing where they like,
the pillars.
they like hold up one bar and like another. They're basically being stretched apart by two pillars. I always like that one because that one to me is almost more clearly it's about strength, but it's also about like pain tolerance and intensity and drive and stuff. And you can see them like suffering while they're holding it, like cranking out those last few seconds. I like that. I like stuff like that.
It'd be interesting. Ever watch the hydraulic press videos where you see the maximum amount of pressure before something gave way?
Yeah.
What if we did that in reverse? You stretch the people and see like how much they can resist before they quit or get ripped in two.
They have to wear straps. they're locked.
It's the William Wallace.
I'm watching the Eddie Hall thing you said, and it's not the dwarf fight. He's like fighting two guys who are both probably 5'8", and
that's what I meant.
This should be illegal. What's happening? Like this is
it's not a close fight.
I'm surprised
they pissed
the guy
him
he
off.
punched isn't dead.
So they pissed him off. They like antagonized him a lot. I remember I saw one of them take his water jug away from him at the like press conference. He had like this enormous, expensive looking water jug, and this little midget fellow took it and he's like sipping out of it. And then I feel like he was thirsty, like he needed that water jug, and he just seemed real mad about it. They said something. They may have even hit him, like slapped him or something. He didn't hold back at all. He pummeled those two guys.
Oh yeah, dude. This is like when have you seen those videos when like a lion has had enough with a couple of hyenas, and it just decides like, all right, I'm the king of this place for a reason. I'm gonna kill one of you right now.
Yeah,
that's what this is.
He's like a different species. Like it would be. I would almost rather fight an animal of some kind than Eddie Hall.
There are a lot of animals
guy.
I'd pick over him.
Yeah. I'd definitely rather fight like a big angry dog than Eddie Hall.
Yeah.
I mean, Eddie Hall is so big that you look at him and you're like, he must be short. no. You're like, no, that guy's like 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, but some of his competitors are like 6'10", so he looks short at 6'3" until he stands next to me, and then he'll look tall.
Yeah,
he's like
crazy.
Bigger than Brock Lesnar by a lot. Speaking of which,
I'm looking forward to these enhanced.
Still fighting?
Not in the
WWE.
UFC.
Oh, I thought I heard he retired and that he was going to start doing regular fighting. No. Retired from wrestling and started
recently. There was talk of that like 3 years ago, but I think what the deal was is every time he negotiated contracts, he'd use these organizations against each other.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair.
Then one bought the other, and it became kind of hard. like it's all the same organization now, so it's kind of hard to go back and
wait. The UFC and WWE have the same ownership.
Yeah, it's WME maybe something like that. The umbrella thing. They're all owned by the same people. Remember when Dana sold it, or not Dana, but like Fertitta Brothers, whoever sold it 5-6 years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars. Yeah, that was to WME, I believe.
Yeah, now that you say it, I'm like, right, I did know that. TKO. Yeah, Zach put it in here. Thanks, Zach.
But I like the state of the UFC right now. I like Dana White. I always have. I like that he's friends with the president. I like that we're getting this White House card. Like I'm pretty psyched for that. I know we keep saying that like it's not the card we wanted. More was promised, but it's still a pretty damn good card. And I want to see the show of being on the White House lawn. I want to see the facilities. I want to see the ring. They've never fought outdoors. Like during the pandemic, there was this thought that Dana White's like, nobody will put on our fights, the athletic commissions because of the COVID restrictions. We bought an island. We secured an island. And everybody was like, oh my God, it's Mortal Kombat. This is Mortal Kombat. He is going to have a tropical island, and on the beach, there's going to be a fucking kumite with the world's greatest fighters. And 2 or 3 times a month, he's going to roll them out. Palm trees in the back, water shushing up on the shore with the waves, and fucking Bruce Buffer in the middle of it, sweating his ass off in a cheap suit. I can't wait. And that's not what happened. They actually just did a deal with the Abu Dhabi or somebody like that and just did it over there on an island. Yeah, it's Yaz Island, but it's a big fucking developed island with a stadium in it. So this time,
Fight Island's meant to run off a generator.
Yes. There should be a hum. It should be like baseball lighting or something like that, like a cheap little league field. Mm-hmm. But now we're getting outdoor fight for real on the White House lawn, and I can't wait to see who shows up. I want to see celebrities, and I want to see Trump there. I hope Trump takes some part in it, kind of like a Caesar. Thumb up, thumb down kind of thing. Make Trump, like I would imagine that. Like, tell me what if Trump comes out in the robe with like the little wing, the laurel crown, like Caesar. Like if he comes out in the purple robe and everything, I'd be up.
He'd realize how much more forgiving that robe is than like a traditional suit, and then he'd just start
next
going
week.
with
Marco's wearing one, JD's wearing one. Everybody get their robes.
Up in his
McDonald's. You know what I
order.
want out of the UFC? I want a little weather-related complications. It can't be rain. Probably most people are thinking rain, but they'll probably change the night for rain. But what if it's really windy? Like windy enough that it kind of matters. Or what if it's really hot? I know it's a nighttime thing, but what if it's still like 87 at night?
Dana said it will not be rained out. They will not stop for rain. They will only stop for lightning.
Wait, what?
Oh, now I want rain. I didn't think that was a possibility.
They'd fight in rain?
It's going to be like that scene in The Matrix when the rain's falling down and Neo faces off against Agent Smith and all the million Agent Smiths are lining the sidewalk. And he's like, the others of me will just watch, Mr. Anderson, while I tear you apart. So, fuck yeah. I kind of hope it rains.
I want like hard rain. I want like dead leaves blowing through in June for some reason.
It's DC, Woody, a garbage bag.
I like that.
Don't hit her with needles.
Comes tumbling by.
A couple of syringes.
Yeah. I'm hyped for it. And like honestly, them adding that Josh Hokett fight against the Black Beast is a big plus to me. That makes the whole thing 15% better. I like both those guys. Hokett's so good on the mic. He's got this gimmick, this shtick of just rhyming WWF, not WWE, WWF style trash talk, like just silly rhymes. He's wearing a cloak like a Jedi or something like that. It's funny. He's picking on Ilya Topuria, who weighs 50 pounds less than him. Like he's just starting fights with anybody and everybody. and he's going to fight Derek Lewis, the fucking Black Beast, the guy, the most unathletic UFC fighter that still exists, maybe. But he's got one punch knockout power that can't be denied. And they're probably going to go, I guess it's going to be 3 rounds, but I'm psyched for it anyway. And I love the origin of it. Like Trump literally tells Dana, like, hey, why isn't Derek Lewis fighting on my White House card? He's like, oh, you want him? Boop, 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 boop. And he's like, Hockett, do you want to fight Derek Lewis? Yep, absolutely. Stepping into an ambulance. No other sports like that. Like LeBron never had to say yes to like another round of the playoffs while stepping into an ambulance. Like the fact that that's even a possibility is cool to me.
Well, I'm just hoping Dana takes some time on the phone to get this gambling bill reversed. That's my big takeaway.
Yeah, that would be nice. It seems like he'd be a guy in your corner because the UFC has all those betting partnerships, and he clearly has the president's ear in a way that most people don't. There might be 25 people in the world that have as much influence and contact with the president as Dana White.
It's our best shot.
I wouldn't argue. Yeah.
They forged that relationship early when no one would put the UFC fights on. No one would host them. The entire states would say no. That's why like UFC 1 or 2 or whatever is in like Dothan, Alabama. Couldn't find it on map, And then like Trump is like, oh yeah, I got a whole casino. We have fights here, and it's like, yeah, come here, come to New Jersey, fight in my place, and like save the business that early on.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm psyched.
By the way, Derek Lewis fights. I've not watched too much UFC in the last couple of years, but I have watched some over a few before I followed it more. His fights are funny because they can be so good or so bad.
Oh yeah,
like so some of the bad ones, it's just like 3 rounds of nothing happened. Like who did he fight? Where there was like no punches thrown?
Ngannou.
Yeah, Ngannou.
Yeah.
I watched that, and you're like, this is gonna be sick, and then it's just nothing.
Yeah. And that went to a decision too, right?
Yeah.
You would think Ngannou, Derek Lewis, like the only guarantee in this fight is that it won't go 3 rounds, or maybe it was 5.
1. Like how did it even go 1 round with those 2 guys, 2 of the hardest hitting heavyweights of ever on the planet, maybe like Jesus, and they just pity patted.
I mean, neither one of them wanted to take the risk because they both knew this other guy could just knock them out, so they just both didn't take any chances and didn't throw any throws. I mean, I think Ngannou won that with like some super small number of punches thrown or something,
16 or 25, something like that. Like it was nothing. It was an incredibly boring fight. It was terrible. And then you've seen Derek Lewis have these crazy comebacks like he did against Volkov, where he's been beaten for the entirety of the fight. And then in the final round, for some reason, Volkov is still marching forward and sticking his chin out. And Derek just says, good night. And I think that was my balls is hot night. That's what
I saw that.
If he loses that fight, he's on like a 3-fight skid or something. He's relegated to like fight night cards. He's 1 away from being cut. But instead, he puts Volkov, this big blonde Russian motherfucker, out. And then he comes on the mic and he takes his fucking shorts off. He's in his boxers. And Joe Rogan's like, why'd you take your shorts off? He's like, my balls was hot. And Rogan's like, I understand. And it's just like this hilarious moment. And
I wonder why he really took his shorts off.
I think his balls were hot.
I don't. Those were loose shorts over like cycling shorts.
Big
and
balls.
I don't think they actually cooled off his junk. My theory is it had to do with being hit and just not thinking straight. Pulled his pants off.
I mean, that didn't help. I mean, it's
Woody, of all the things to have conspiracy theories about, why did Derek Lewis air his balls?
That high.
I have to know. Back into the left.
We used thermal technology to determine the balls were only 99 degrees, 0.4 degrees above average. Far too low a temperature for his balls to have been hot. He's either lying to us, or maybe there's a code to be read here.
I wish I had my laser thermometer in that day.
The UFC is like coming after you the way the FFA does, like the people with the laser pointers at the planes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently they take that. Wait.
What is FAA? No, FCC.
Oh yeah, they come get you.
FAA is right.
Yeah, that's thousands of dollars of fines and like serious like legal ramifications.
It's such a big deal. Are they overplaying? Why is it so bad to shine a laser at a plane a mile away?
I don't look at it like get in the cockpit and the pilots blind now? Like I don't know.
They're not talking about laser pointers like you get on a keychain back in the day. They're talking about those 1 watt green lasers. Now, I know that mine will blind me instantly if I were to shine it on my eyes. It kills bugs. It pops balloons. It lights matches. It burns holes in cardboard. I don't know how much pop it's got if I shine it into your eyes 5,000 feet away. I don't know, but I wouldn't want to get hit by it. I wouldn't volunteer to be the test dummy.
You'd think there'd be enough like humidity in the air or something to dissipate some of that power.
Yeah, it would. But again, I just don't know how much. That thing's, when you shine it on a wall, it hurts to look at the wall. It's so bright.
Maybe that's why it's bad. Is it's dissipating in all that moisture, and up there it's like their whole front of the plane or something. They can't see it.
Makes it worse. Could be. Yeah.
I don't know. But they don't play about that.
They come get you.
They'll find you.
And they find you way too effectively. I don't understand.
You're shining a beacon to an aircraft.
You shine a beacon at my paramotor right now. I don't know. It was somewhere below me. I'm sure of that. But these guys seem to know your address in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Murderers get away, but they find those guys.
Well, think about it. They know where the aircraft was while the video that they're shooting of the guy shining the laser at them was taken. You don't need Rainbolt to put this one together. Okay, we're going to go back to the office and we're going to do a little math here, pull up the street map, and we're going to go get Johnny over there with his green laser and give him $10,000 fine and send him to jail.
Take his laser away.
Rainbolt is good at his job. I think we need to throw him in a river and see if he sinks. He might be a witch.
I think the CIA needs to recruit him. I'm sure that they could utilize him. I bet that if they had some intel, if they raid some terrorist compound and there's some picture of some terrorist, and in the background you can see I don't know, a coffee cup and a palm tree. Give that to Rainbolt. Forget those psychics. That's bullshit. Give Rainbolt that photo. He'll tell you where that guy is.
Do you know who that is, Doug? Do you know who Rainbolt is?
Oh, you don't know Rainbolt?
He's a GeoGuessr professional.
Are you familiar with GeoGuessr?
Yeah. So GeoGuessr is a game where it just drops you in the middle of somewhere that Google Maps has already, had their car run through. And then you just have to, based on your surroundings, guess where on Earth you are.
That's pretty
cool. Sometimes it's just woods.
It's Google Maps Street View. You've seen this before.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So it'll be a storefront would be really easy, right? You'd figure that out quickly. But it'll be like a trail in the woods or dirt road in Ecuador somewhere. I literally saw this one. It was a dirt road in Brazil with no markings, nothing identifying, etc. You just had to use the foliage, the position of the sun, northern or southern hemisphere, and the dirt and whatever. And he's instantly oh, that's Brazil. And then he starts he's 15 miles off, right? Which is really, really good.
Brazil is the size of the continental US, for those who don't know. It's a gargantuan country.
And he gets it really, really close. And they're like, how did you know that? And he said, it was Brazilian dirt. Oh my.
But at the low levels of being good at it, people will be like, oh, those bollards there. That's the kind of bollard they use in Slovenia. And also you see they're driving on, they'll know what countries are on the right side of the road versus the left. And I'm sure we all know a few that do one or the other, but not all of them. Sometimes there are weird exceptions. Foliage, obviously the sun, whether northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere, but like all sorts of these. And he plays an advanced level of the game. When we play it together for fun, we can rotate our camera 360 degrees and look at everything. He'll play a version, and we have 30 seconds to make our decision. He'll play a version where you can't move the camera at all, and you have to decide almost instantly. Yeah. And it's
see it for 2 seconds.
The wealth of the amount of knowledge that he has absorbed and how quick he is with it. It's like magic.
I saw people sending him requests at one point where some lady was like, oh, my parents passed away, but here's a picture of them somewhere in the Mediterranean. I don't quite remember, but there is kind of a distinctive looking rock behind them. Could you help find this? And he found the exact area, to the foot of where it was. And I don't even think it took him that long.
You watching a short of him right now, Doug?
Yeah. What the hell?
Yes.
I think he is a witch.
Yeah,
I think let's see if this guy
Let's see if he floats. Yeah.
yeah,
He's a machine. It's incredibly impressive.
He proved that that Epstein was at Mar-a-Lago. Is that what it was, or was it a wedding?
No, it was that it was I think Larry Ellison or somebody. There was an equestrian event that takes place at maybe Larry Ellison's house, and Ellison had claimed he hadn't had contact with Epstein after a certain date, but using the picture, he was able to, and it was just a picture of I don't know, him and some chairs in a backyard. And he's like, oh, those chairs are this, that, and the other. Look in that background. You see in that guy's hand? That's an invitation. Let's zoom on in. And he's like looking at the borders of the invitation, the trees in the background. And by the time he was done, he didn't just say, oh yeah, that's his house. He was like, it's this part of his backyard right here. Here's that tree. There's the same tree in the background. It's incredible.
And meanwhile, when you try to play this, any of us will be like, this has got to be Australia. It can't be anything else. And then the map zooms out and it's like Argentina, and you feel like a retard because you're 10,000 miles away.
I'll be continents.
Our biggest issue, guys, is going to be, look, let's just face facts. We're American. We don't know many countries. Like, if it came down to it, how many countries do you think you guys could name? There's 250 countries or something like that. Is that right? Do you know?
25 in me.
How many countries are there? Do we know?
Isn't it like 247
it varies depending on
or something?
I thought it was 180 something, but I'll check it.
See, this is what I'm saying. We're dead.
Under pressure, I would struggle. If I got to sit down with a pen and paper, I feel like I could knock out a lot of them. Like, there's a bunch of Africa that I don't know, but most of Europe and most of Asia and most of the world, I think I know.
Hold on.
I'd have a hard time. If you gave me a map unlabeled, I would struggle greatly.
Kyle, you think you know most of the world?
I mean,
hold on. Most of the world?
No, not the definition of most wouldn't apply, but I know a great many.
Naming, it depends if you're saying
I have to create a list of countries.
Could you accurately place them on the map, or you're saying
that's what I was about to say? If you give me an unlabeled map, I'm going to struggle so badly, it's going to be embarrassing. Like, I'm going to get 25, maybe 30 countries.
Here's where I shine. There's 195 countries. If you were to list them, I bet 180 would ring a bell.
Yeah,
ring a bell.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this, Kyle. I'm going to give you a $100 free roll. If you can do this, you win $100. Okay. I'm going to trust you not to cheat. Obviously, you're on your computer. If you can write 150 countries right now,
I can't. I definitely cannot.
He'll have to be silent for the next half hour.
No, I definitely cannot. No. I mean, I know all the medium-sized ones for sure.
I'll take 50. I'll take 50. I bet I can list 50 right now.
What'd you say, Woody?
I bet I can list 50 right now.
Oh, Woody, I feel like you could list some countries. In the lineup of you guys, I would say Woody strikes me as the guy that could list the most countries. Does that seem fair?
No, I'm not sure.
I think I can list a lot of countries.
Taylor knows all those African countries. He's one of those guys that when he hates something,
I like maps.
Delves deep into it. So he knows.
Where's Senegal? Where's Senegal, Taylor?
Senegal is
coastal, right?
That's eastern, and no, that's not on the Horn of Africa, is it? Because that's like Somalia and Zambia and that shit. Well, Somalia is like the exact Horn of Africa. It has that. Yeah, it has that goofy shape, kind of in a little.
Is that where the Horn is? I thought South Africa was the Horn. Am I crazy? Maybe
I might be wrong. I thought Eastern Africa was the Horn of Africa because it kind of looks like a rhino horn. Kind of comes out like that.
Doesn't to me.
Oh, never mind.
Like a penis.
If I just had to sit and list, yeah, there's Somalia.
Way over there. Okay,
see, it's like a horn. Is that not what the Horn of Africa means?
I think we're going down there to the south. I thought of that as the Horn of Africa, but
what if you have Somalia there, and then I believe that larger country to the west is Ethiopia, because
that's Madagascar over there. Is that the big island?
Madagascar.
I didn't realize Asia was shaped like this.
Asia.
Not until you see it in a cartoonishly colored map can you really
You're
make out.
used to it rotated 90 degrees counterclockwise.
Okay, guys, how many of these countries could you put into these slots?
One.
I could
Two, three.
I could do at least a few.
I know
Egypt,
South Africa.
five.
I know Somalia now, and I know Madagascar.
You know Egypt. You know Egypt.
I don't know which one of those is Egypt. Is it the little
come
bitty
on.
yellow one up there?
No. Think of.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know,
East.
bro. Okay, well, now that makes sense because I'm picturing like Israel over there and the rest of the Mid East. But I wouldn't have gotten it right at first. I knew it was
You
one
got
up there in the top.
Algeria, Libya.
You know,
Niger,
we know the Middle
Chad.
East way better, right? Because of all the wars. So
Mhm,
maybe
that's how we
Africa
learn.
should take a page out of the Middle East book, you know?
Yeah,
Africa's tough. I don't know nearly enough about Africa.
don't want to know.
I think I can do 6. Let's say
It's for the
6.
it's for the birds, right? You could do 6. Oh, come on.
Is that what you call them?
I mean, you got South Africa. That's a freebie.
Madagascar, Egypt, Morocco.
I know Morocco is
Niger,
on the
Nigeria.
northwestern side, but I don't know which one it
Congo.
is.
Sudan, maybe. Sudan and Congo.
Sudan, and now we have Sudan and South Sudan, right? There's a couple freebies.
Oh my God, you're so smart. All right. I nominate Taylor to represent America in the country off.
I told you,
I think you're going to really do great.
Yeah, geography's fun. Sometimes I have a globe, and sometimes I just look at it.
That was like a Michael Scott bit.
You don't think it's kind of
Like,
fun and interesting?
That reminded me of like that dinner party with Jan and Jim and Jan, where he's like, "This is my new flat screen," and it's like this like little thing. He's like, "Sometimes I just stand here for hours." That energy.
Yeah, I went down and did it. I went for the plasma.
A 9-inch plasma screen.
Do you have a globe, Taylor?
Yeah.
Could you
Yeah,
get your globe?
Yeah.
I have a globe.
All right. We're going to have a globe off. Let me see if I can find mine. I'll be back in less than a minute.
I don't have a globe.
I don't think my globe's gonna win, but it's a nice globe.
Woody's probably got some kind of fancy globe. He's probably got some light up translucent globe or something like
He
that.
probably does. Does Taylor have a globe? Is that where he went?
He went to go get his globe as well. We're having a globe off. I personally don't own a globe. I haven't owned one since I was like 8 years old or something like that. Let's see what we got here. Look,
Okay.
a medium-sized globe.
Nice.
Man, next to your head, even the world looks small.
Just a little globe. I like it.
Nice.
Doug also has a miniature globe.
Yeah, I won. I won the background for my.
Do you think Woody will have the standard size globe, or will he have like a special one that's like translucent and lights up or something?
I don't know. I don't know how detailed your guys' globes are, but mine
Well, they
also
homeschool
has,
there, so I'm betting on like because they do so much homeschooling there, or at least did, that they have like a nice educational globe.
I bet he's got a good one. But does yours also have all the capitals on there of every country? Which
Does mine have it?
yes. Eritrea. I always forget where that one is.
I think it does. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, Africa's the hardest by far. South America's not that tough.
The part of Asia that's like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan.
Those are tough.
Tajikistan. That's tough. That's a tough area.
The only one of those that I'm always confident is Kazakhstan because that's the biggest by far of them.
Hey, that movie put them on the map.
It really did, and they really was mean to them. Like, I felt bad for them. It's like this impoverished, like former Soviet bloc country. They're just starting to get on the ups, and then Borat's like, "You are all retarded and horrible." But also that voice was so funny. That movie rocks to this day.
That was a great one.
Yeah, you get down into Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan,
the rodeo scene. Oh my god,
the rodeo scene was good. The Middle East is easy if you like.
Yeah,
because I mean we've been there forever, and then the hardest part of Europe is when you get into like
Eastern Bloc,
Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedon. Like you get into those.
Didn't
tough.
Italy not make the World
Mastodon?
Cup? And to qualify, they had to beat like Bosnia and her whatever the other country is, Herzegovina, or what's the name of it?
Herzegovina, something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Dude,
Some
I couldn't
people are
find
like,
my
oh,
globe.
but I mean, we lost, but like it was Bosnia and her what's the other country?
Herzegovina, I think.
Yeah.
Like it does not make it better.
I can't believe it was my idea to do a globe off, thinking I was going to smoke everyone, and I can't find my fucking globe. I went. I'm in my wife's office, the Game of Thrones. We have like 3 guest rooms. I checked. Wait, I didn't check one of them.
How rich?
It's probably not there either. Like I was just sprinting around the whole house looking for a globe. I couldn't find it. Oh my god!
I forgot to check the
Viewers
foyer.
have 2 globes to look at. This is nice. And on
My
that
globe
note,
sits on the
I have to
floor.
run.
It's like nipple tall. I would have won.
I told y'all he had a fancy globe.
And meanwhile, Woody's like, I can confidently name 30 countries. Like,
I was trying to set
Just
a bar.
stop where they are.
too low. I do got to run. Appreciate you guys.
Okay,
Awesome to
thanks
come
for coming on.
Always have a great
Thanks for
time.
coming. Always love you.
always good chatting, man. Take
Yeah, it
care.
was a fun one today. All right, see you.
Thanks.
See ya.
I don't know where my globe is.
I'm gonna do a little more globing tonight, I think.
You got to find that globe.
Sometimes
I do. I asked Jackie where the globe was. She didn't know. I was like, you know, the globe. It's like this tall. She's like, yeah. Where did that go? Did it not survive the move? I don't know. It might be in one of the attics.
That's
I
so
imagined it
funny
being
to be
part of,
like,
like,
you know, the
homeschooling.
globe, you know, the Earth, the planet.
What she was like, how high are you? Where do you think you are right now?
She even said like, like there's no gummies in the where we normally keep them. But anyway,
That's fun. Yeah, I like finding those countries that you don't think about, and then I like go and try and find YouTube videos from those countries, or just like read their Wikipedia page, because you'll like Doug and I were just saying, like, you'll stumble upon like Tajikistan or something and be like, what the hell's going on over there? What are these guys up to?
yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, but I do not with clothes, but with Google Maps, and I'll like zoom in to the biggest port in Mongolia and be like, what's it like to work there? I wonder how many ships are coming out of Mongolian ports.
Hilarious landlocked country.
Wait, is it to the north? No, I really did this.
Yeah, south of Russia, north of China.
It is landlocked, but there's a body of water that I was
Capital
looking
city
at.
Ulaanbaatar.
That's
Is it the
amazing.
Volga?
I don't even think they're up against the Caspian or the Black Sea. I think they're tied up right in
They
there.
are a steppe people, not known for
They
their
are.
sailing prowess.
Yeah.
Fuck. And then I've been exposed. But what was I was looking at a town on water, and because that's what the population was. Anyway, I'm coming up blank right now.
Oh, you're good. I'm sure that just like most landlocked countries, they all live alongside some river. I don't know any rivers in Mongolia. There's only 3
No.
million people there.
I
Yeah,
can't
very
begin to
interesting.
pronounce this city. It's not my alphabet.
Just have like umlauts on it.
It's a Cyrillic.
I don't know this alphabet at all. But there
That's
is
how
a
it is.
Crown car wash. What's it like to work there?
At a Crown car wash in Mongolia.
Yeah.
That's
Riding
frustrating.
horse through.
Yeah.
I'm going to get directions from my house.
That's how it is at GeoGuessr, where you'll see a sign and you'll be like, okay, this is some of that Asian script, but it's definitely one of those Asian countries the other Asian countries bully. Like it's a little loopier, you know?
Yeah.
It's not quite
is
as structured as
Singapore, I
Chinese or
think.
Japanese or well, not Singapore, I wouldn't think. I'm like, all right, is this Thailand? Is this Vietnam? Are we Laotian here?
I can almost always recognize Japanese because it's very distinctive, and often Chinese because it's fairly distinctive too. But when they start getting those little wiggly woos and curly cues on them and little couple dots above them, like the Asian version of an umlaut, like I'm lost. I can't tell which country that is. I have no idea. I'll pick Thailand and it'll be the Philippines or whatever. Like I don't know any of that.
No, it's hard.
Geography was definitely not taught in school for me. We never pulled out that map and started talking about where things were. That just didn't happen.
That was always interesting. We didn't do it enough.
From a
But-
historical standpoint, it's interesting. Like if you're learning about like an event, it's important to know where it happened. But like we didn't really talk too much about Turkey in school. That just never came up.
Yeah. And who's to say where Turkey is? Is it Europe? Is it the Middle East? Is it Asia?
Well,
it's right in the mix, right in the middle.
Yeah. You got a little mixture of people there. The Turkish guy that I knew had like very dark, greasy, thick hair, and his skin tone was definitely more olive. But he had like Caucasian features. He didn't look Asian at all. And I just
sounds Italian.
Yeah,
is he pulling your leg?
His name was Barat.
I'm Turkish.
His name was Borat. His name was I want to say his name was Barack. Like the president. Like it was something like that. And he had a thick fucking accent. And somehow or another, he had married a girl from Alabama, like a good old country girl, and she had like brought him over here. And he was like the real world version of like Borat. Like fish out of water, didn't know anything about where he was selling cars. He also had like a crazy I don't know if you call it a lazy eye, when he's just cross-eyed. They're just like fucking wonky all the time. You didn't know where he was looking. It was real upsetting to talk to him.
I had a friend. Never mind. He's still my friend. I don't want to tell any stories about him. Yeah.
Good move.
This is a good opportunity to remain quiet.
Nope, that would have been horrible. Can't say that.
Have you been following the White House reflection pool drama at all?
Of course.
Yeah, it seems like this is one of
you miss it?
Those balls they're throwing to get people off important stuff.
Could be. At the start of this term, I aspired to not get caught up in every little tweet, every little red herring. Like, no, let's just, if you're going to get outraged about something, it should be about something important and not something small. But Trump tells this story where he's like, this reflection pool has been a problem for a long time. It's not nice. It's an embarrassment. And I had a friend come over from Germany, maybe. And he said, hey, your reflection pool is not really nice. So he's like, I had an idea. I was going to make it nice, like a swimming pool. And I talked to my pool guys, done many pools for me before. And previous presidents, they were going to pay like over $10 million for this thing, but not me. I'm a builder. I know what I'm doing. So I get my pool guy, get an estimate. I say, I want it to be blue like a pool. He says, no, that's not what you want. You want it to be American flag blue. He's like, yeah. That is what I want. So he's going to do this for $1.5 million, not the $10 million that other presidents were going to fuck. $1.5 million. My pool guy, I got it. And then it turns out the $1.5 million figure was never true ever. That was just a lie that he told. It was $6 million. And now it's not $6 million. I'm hearing $13 million and $18 million. I don't know what the truth is, and I don't know that will know until it's done because it could go over budget even more. Turns out they put out a no bid contract to this company that doesn't make pools. The whole pool thing was a lie from the get-go. That story wasn't true. Instead, it's a company that does liners on the inside of pipes. I'm not sure that's relevant experience for a White House reflection pool or a DC reflection pool. But this company doesn't work on pools. They normally make the inside of pipes like rejuvenated. And so it's behind schedule. The whole reason for the no bid contract was to get it done in time for something. I don't know if it's 4th of July or the fight card, but like they didn't want to go through the bidding process so they could get it done quickly, but it won't be done on time. And it won't be done on budget. And the price just keeps going up. And now Trump comes out and says that he never did have anything to do with this. It's the Department of the Interior that did it, and Trump's innocent. Meanwhile, there's all these tweets and like 7 different interviews of him saying that he's the guy behind it. Now he's changed his story. And it's just a reflection pool, and $10 million, $13, $18 million isn't a ton in regards to the federal budget. But it's still like, has there ever been a human whose word was less valuable than Donald Trump's?
His pool guy puts in a big slide up at the front of the pool. Fucking filthy kids lining up, sliding into it. What if they made it red like blood? That would have been hard.
No, that's sinister.
It's just, and they're not doing any filtering mechanism, I'm told. Like if it was going to be American flag blue, but they're going to maintain it was going to be nice, like a typical crystal clear swimming pool, that'd be one thing. But for reasons I don't understand, apparently filtering that thing is not a thing America can accomplish. So it's just going to get algae filled again immediately.
I think I read something about it where it's like the common chemical that you would use to prevent that isn't allowed there because it's like running off into some water source, and that chemical isn't allowed in that water source. And that's why like for years it apparently looked like shit. I saw pictures of it like just from a few, I guess, before they started this. Like the fact no one like did anything about that is embarrassing. It looked like shit.
You have to check those pictures because like I've seen the pictures where it absolutely looked like shit, and like they didn't even move the clouds from like the real picture. They just photoshopped it looking worse than it did. And
I just saw one looking like algae. It's not like it was like, you know, there were monsters coming out of it. Or
there were literally like algae clumps, you know, it wasn't just green. There were like floating algae clumps, but you could tell by like the sky and the clouds and shit that they just fucked with a regular picture and made it look worse. So I don't know what to believe.
I don't care about that stuff. I wish he wasn't wasting the money on it, but if it was going to be done, you would think you'd want to turn it into essentially a saltwater swimming pool. Like you'd want a salt, if environmental impact is an issue, make it a saltwater swimming pool. Put a bunch of fucking catchers in there, put a couple of those pool robots in there to eat the algae, or just put fish in there. Why not put fish that would eat the algae and make it a fucking like, you know, it's in a park. Go ahead and make it a real pond. Put fish in there to eat the algae.
Yeah, that looks pretty terrible. The CNN picture you just brought up, but also that seems like a decent idea. Throw some fish in there, but then
the fish one's interesting.
Yeah, fish could be a good idea.
You could sell the fish, have a little fish fry every now and then. That'd help finance the whole thing. When I heard that he was painting it, I thought he was painting the monument itself blue. And I was like, oh my God, don't paint the fucking Washington Monument blue. That's insane. But then I heard he was doing the pool, and I was like, oh, who fucking cares?
In 2012, we spent $34 million to overhaul it, and it didn't seem to work.
The monument itself, though, was what you're referring to. I mean, they may have done something to the reflecting pool as well. I would imagine they spiffied it up a bit, but they did a major refurb on the monument itself because it had this scaffolding around it for years. It felt like. So I think that's probably a lot of the cost you're talking about. It's hard to say with government spending, though. It's all a bunch of bullshit.
It's all a bunch of horse shit.
This is the one I was talking about where he didn't move the clouds or anything.
Yeah, I mean that looks to me like clearly. I mean that's obviously Photoshop. The birds are in the same place. Like don't even move the fucking birds. But we should we got to make it look nice. At least presentable.
Why? There's better things to spend the money on. You know there are. There's so many ugly things in America that should be fixed before this pool you're not allowed to get into in our capital where we don't go, where only the only people who get the people who live there are like fucking whip masters. Like fuck those people. That's why I didn't care when they when they went into Capitol and they started like roughing things up. I was like, who fucking cares? Do you think that's your capital? Do you think that's my capital? No. That's the pedophile league's capital. That's their building. That's the Pelosi's of the world. Pelosi somehow comes out looking like a good person. If Pelosi was in your local government, you would think of her as the wicked witch of the West. They're all so corrupt and rotten to the core. Yeah. And nobody is Mr. Smith going to Washington anymore, except for John Fetterman, and he got retarded by that worm or whatever happened to him.
I think didn't. Oh, no, wait.
Stroke.
I thought he fell or something.
The worm is RFK.
Yeah.
Jr.
Well, it's hard to tell what brain melodies are affecting the
administration. You can tell when the real important meetings are because he pops on a suit. When Bibi Netanyahu comes to town, fucking tighten up, brother.
Mitch McConnell has lost it. And like he was doing something recently and it was a little longer than he expected. And the amount of confusion that overwhelmed this man, he is the current Feinstein of the Senate. And
he's been 3 or 4 of them at least.
Like
you ever see those pictures of them
asleep for years, but he's particularly mentally disabled right now. And
who's the conservative?
This is a both sides thing.
Yeah. Who's the conservative that's got the turtle face?
That's McConnell.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I thought he was a conservative.
He is right. No, okay, he's the guy who was standing at the podium. Like this is like 2-3 years ago. He had a fugue moment.
He went into a fugue state.
He had like a Walter White moment where he just
Yeah,
had a senior.
It feels like that state is more and more permanent. He's Feinstein at this point, and I like to bring her up because I'm trying. I mean, I am biased, but she's from the blue side, and so it's a both sides thing. These people stay in office too long.
These people are 80. Awful. These people are 90. Awful. Like there's some, which to his credit, the clips I've seen of him, he doesn't seem to be going senile or anything. But Chuck Grassley's like 95 years old. Like at some point, you shouldn't be making decisions for people who are going to actually have to live with it. Like have a cap. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's almost like women being able to vote, but not being in selective service. What a travesty.
What a travesty. I remember, when you turn 18, you get that letter right away.
Yeah, you do.
You're
about to the post office and sign up.
They automated it. Yeah, now you're automatically enrolled. You don't have to like do the letter that.
Are the women automatically enrolled?
Of course not.
Nope.
Weird. You mentioned Breaking Bad. That? Yes. If they get to vote, they get selected, and they don't have to go to the front lines, but they're going over there. We need cooks and you're
kind of. I mean, in a world where it is like it is, I don't want taxation without representation either. Right? They should be able to vote if they pay taxes.
Not if they're not subject to all of the.
That's its own.
They're a different class of citizen if they're not subject to a mandatory selective service sign up. They're literally a different class. I'm not saying it's a lower class or a higher class, but I tell you what, if I had my druthers, if I could just flip a switch and be part of any class, it would be the class that doesn't have to be signed up for selective service. So that feels like a higher class than me.
Lots of people can vote who don't pay taxes.
Yeah, it's rich people's kids, senators' kids, and women. Those are the people who are not subject to this. The rest of us. I don't want
women in selective service until they figure out the physical requirements for the job. They don't do it the way that King Woody would do it. For me, like a cook needs to be like this fit, needs to do this many pull-ups, etc. An infantryman, much higher requirements. A fighter pilot, some other set of requirements. I don't know what they are exactly. Navy SEAL, even higher still. But and then once we have that, we can get women and they can fill the job roles that they'd be good at. They wouldn't be most of them wouldn't be particularly good as an infantryman, right? Just carrying heavy shit across the desert. That's guy stuff.
Yeah.
We should have push-up requirements to vote. Now we're cooking.
Yeah. That's a silly idea.
Yeah, but what if they make it 150, Taylor?
All at once?
Without stop, without pause. No, like letting the lactic acid drain holding
without pause.
Oh no. 150 Louise. No, I was nodding, saying like, yeah, we would have like a retardedly qualified, jacked electorate. Pretty cool.
I can do if I trained for it beforehand. If I knew that test was coming up and there was nothing else going on that day, like if it wasn't.
There was nothing else going on.
I'm serious. Like as long as in the military, I don't think they're like, all right, today's push-up day. You'll have a week to recover before sit-up day. I think we're knocking all this out the same day. So as long as the day is just push-up day, so we can vote, I could train up to 150 in a couple months. I feel like.
Oh, you think my number's way lower?
With testosterone, you'd get there too.
All at once.
Like if you go on testosterone and you train, if the three of us all went on the same dose and we trained side by side for 6 weeks. 2 months, we'd get to 150 like no sweat.
That sounds high to me because my experience with push-ups is this. I know it's not the teeth up, but like I can get to 25 kind of good. Like I'm still fresh, but somehow 30 is twice as much. And then like 35 becomes a whole nother thing where I'm starting to cheat and shake and stuff like that. So 150 feels impossibly far away. Like
that's.
I remember like I was looking for something to do between sets because I wanted something. And if it was leg day, there was a time when instead of walking around because I was doing push-ups and I was like, they're so easy. I feel like I need to pull on the negatives. I'm telling you, whenever you start your testosterone dose, Woody, I'm psyched for it. You are going to be an ape of a man. You're going to look like a shaved fucking gorilla. All right. Your calves are going to explode off the bone.
Is that what he wants to look like?
You're gonna be doing 600-pound heel raises.
You're gonna look like that
600-pound heel raises.
Shaved chimp, like squatting with the big nuts.
Gonna be like,
yeah, Jackie's gonna be in a neck brace. Unrelated.
Unrelated.
I lost my train of thought. But yeah, somehow push-ups just get like exponentially harder in my experience.
Yeah. I think with drugs though, like we could absolutely all get to 150 if that was our focus in life. Every day is a part. We're doing training. We're doing strength. We're doing this. You're training for what you're doing. So you're just doing push-ups all day and big sets and stuff. Yeah. We can do that.
So I started a while ago cutting weight, really for the Mr. Beast thing, and I kept going. But it didn't feel like it was really, really working. And there was like like 10 days in there where I couldn't eat clean. And today I was brushing my teeth and I caught myself in the mirror and I was like, abs? Hey, you. Nice. So then I like hit a flex because I can flex my abs. Like I'm kind of good at it. And I was like, fuck. I think this might be the best I've looked over 50. Like I've got some Facebook pictures I'm kind of proud of, but I'm like 48 or 49 in those. I might be peak post 50 today.
Good for you, man.
That's I want you to get on the sauce so bad, man. Like if you didn't want to mess with the needles, if you think those are unseemly, they do a cream you rub on your gooch. But my concern has always been that my girl would like lick up some testosterone cream off my gooch and then start growing a mustache like Taylor. And
so what if I masturbated with this cream and then got Jackie on the sauce too?
Ooh, now you're both jacked.
I know you like this high T women, but this may be too high. She starts sounding like China the wrestler. Just
taking off with testosterone lotion is so funny. Just like it's. I bet it's more expensive than Jergens. Like
her clit will be bigger than my dick.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I mean, I would much prefer that cream to. I wouldn't do anything shot related. I know I would like have a kit sitting there, and I'd be like, no, I'm not. I don't want to do that. I don't want to inject myself.
For me, part of motivation has always been like the ritual of like getting in shape, if you will, like the socks that I put on with the athletic shoes or the weightlifting shoes, the fucking pre-workout shakes, or when I was a teenager, I went to GNC and spent all the money I had in the world, which was like $180 on just shit, all sorts of fucking pills and elixirs and nonsense. And of course I had a thing of creatine, which was $80 for like 2 pounds or something back then. Celtec. Remember Celtec?
Creatine's borderline free.
It's borderline free, but Celtec mixed it with sugar and flavors and made the volume twice as much and sold it to you for like $80 a jug. And I was fucking great. I had my protein in my Celtec, but I also had, and they'd make you load it. They tell you to load it, so you waste a ton of it. Like you don't need to load.
I never bought into that. No,
it helps, but a small amount. Just wait. Just keep. If you're going to be a consistent like lifter, then a couple weeks of suboptimal creatine absorption isn't going to change anything at all. But like that stuff would always get me. I would want to skip a workout and I'd be like, you spent $180 on this. You're broke now. You barely have gas money because you spent everything on this stuff, and you've already taken your dose today, so you got to go lift. And it would work. When there's a syringe and a little and a couple and vials and literal double hand fills of like supplements and pills, it's magnified that by 10. Like I highly recommend the injections. That's the way to go. It doesn't hurt. You feel cool. You feel like fucking Ivan Dragov from fucking Rocky, like when he's in that super secret Soviet science lab.
Can I do it in my arm and pretend I'm doing heroin?
No, don't do it intravenously. Don't shoot tea up your vein. No, you
hear me out.
Am I going to get jacked too quick?
He could do it in his forearm. Just pretend he's doing heroin. It's a muscle.
It would hurt. It's sensitive there. It doesn't hurt at all. You know, use those insulin pens, put it in your delt.
That was a quick 180.
Well, yeah, like that's such a sensitive area there.
It doesn't hurt at all. You'll love it.
There's like not a lot of fat and muscle right here in your forearm. There's like
what if I get so jacked? I have to like
put in the forearm part.
Yeah, I have to start putting it in between my fingers because I'm so jacked. Because I've burned out all my veins.
You do move it around. Like Greg Doucette, I think, was like, just put it in my pec. And I'm like, I'm not sticking this needle in my pec, you monster.
He does it once a week, I think.
I would just want
probably
cream. Just give me the cream.
He said it in a video.
Oh, okay.
Except then you'd be like walking around like with like mud butt all day, like you're feeling like squish like for a while. Maybe. Until it
I don't know what the cream's like. They also do, I think, a subdermal time released like capsule that they can put like in I think they put it down there somewhere too. But injections are the way to go.
That's just so unpleasant. I just don't want to do that.
It's really not. It doesn't hurt at all. And like I said, I think it's fucking cool. You get those needles out, you feel like you're doing some serious shit.
He's a breeder, Kyle. He's not interested in this.
Well, after he breathes to his heart's content, when and I'm more talking to you. You're 50, like it's you like to be fit. You talk about your six pack, dude. You're in such good shape now. You would just explode. You'd just explode. You'd look a professional athlete.
I don't know. And then there's the cancer scare.
I don't think this. I would want to look at like correlation between testosterone use and like exacerbating cancers potentially. I don't know about that. That might actually be a concern. I could see that. Taylor mentioned Breaking Bad a minute ago. It reminded me. I finally got my dad on like the good legacy TV shows. He's watching Ozark. He called me on my birthday and he was like, "Kyle, you ever watch this show? It's about this feller Marty Bird." And I'm like, "Ozark?" He's like, "That's the one. Kyle, we have been, him and his girlfriend, we have been watching this thing for 4 weeks now, and we are on the final season." And I'm like, "That lady just got her brains blown out, huh?" He's like, "How'd you know?" I'm like, "I've seen it before, Dad. Everyone in the world has seen it. This is Ozark. I told you it was a good show." He's like, "Hey, we can only watch an episode or two, and it gets too much. It gets too violent. It's too rough," but he loves it. And I'm like, after this, Game of Thrones. He's like, is that any good? I'm like, yeah. It was a cultural phenomenon, Dad. Like everyone but you has seen this shit. It's so
Has
good.
he seen Breaking Bad?
He has seen a couple episodes of it, and he said that Walter White was too much of a pussy. And I was like, well, early on he kind of is, but the show's called Breaking Bad for a reason. He breaks bad, and by the end, he's a like mustachioed, black hat wearing killer himself. And he's like, "Oh, all right. Well, might get back into that too." So I'm psyched because now like he's actually watching good TV. It was only like a year or two ago when he couldn't get any internet, and he's watching like Gunsmoke reruns. He's watching something from 1959, a bunch of black and white cowboys or something. And now I've got him on some good TV. So I did
this with my wife like 4 years ago or something. I was like, "Honey, I'm taking the remote," and we're watching. I rewatched Game of Thrones with her. We saw Breaking Bad. We saw Ozark. That was another one. I don't know what else was on the list. The new Game of Thrones, whatever, the House of the Dragon.
House of the Dragon.
We watched The Boys, but she's off the Boys bandwagon. I'm doing the last season myself. She doesn't like the gore.
My girlfriend likes it. She's been. We watch almost everything together. She was. I went to bed last night and I was like, stayed up and I watched Lord of the Flies, and she's like, "The show we were going to watch together." I'm like, "We watch every show together. This one's mine. This one's mine. You can go back and watch
Lord of the Flies."
Yeah.
Where's that? I don't know this one.
On Netflix. I talked about it earlier. Remember the Lord of the Flies TV show?
Yeah. I thought we were talking about a movie that was. So there's a TV show that's out now and it's good. Out.
Yeah. So it's all out. There's 4 1-hour episodes. So it's not too short, not too long. I felt like they definitely didn't inflate it with a bunch of BS. It's really interesting. So they use a lot of camera techniques and like lenses. Like there's this fisheye lens they use sometimes. Sometimes they apply an infrared effect that makes the jungle look red instead of green. And I think it's sort of symbolically about the boy's bloodlust or something like that, or when things are going more violent than others. There's a lot of like narrow fields of view, like a lot of like right in on somebody's face. It's in focus and everything else is blurred out. It's good.
They're creative with. Did you watch all 4?
Yeah. I watched 4 hours of it last night. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a BBC production. I'm real sensitive to bad child actors. Like they'll throw me right out of something. All these kids are great. Like even the Litlins, as they're called, they're like 8 or something. They're barely verbal because they're so scared. They're good. They put on good performances. And the main boys, Jack and Piggy and Ralph, like they're all very good. And it's a little scary because it's like there's no adult supervision here. That's the whole premise of the thing. I get it, but still, every now and then you're like, there's no authority figure to go to on this one. I wish everybody would shut up and listen to Piggy. He's the only one who seems to know what's going on here. He's like, look, guys, we need shelter, fire, food, and toilets. And they're like, toilets? He's like, yeah, we can't poop where we drink. It's very important. We got to poop in the tidal pool. It washes it away. Some of you aren't even bothering to leave the shelter. And they're like, everybody's laughing. You can't get everybody like together because there's boys and it's been a week or two and everybody's so rowdy. And then there's like that standard, the Jack kid is basically Draco Malfoy. He's this blonde, coward at heart, cruel kid who you just despise the whole way through. And he's just a real
It's a sign of a good actor, though.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job because you can both like I said, he's a coward at heart, and they show that. But he's the meanest of all the characters.
That was who's Jack Gleason? Who played King Joffrey?
Something like that. I know it's not Jackie Gleason, but it's something similar to that. It might be Jack Gleason.
It wasn't until his character was done with that I started to appreciate, like, oh, you know what? That was actually just a really good actor, not a dick. I didn't separate the two.
His face, like the way he would scowl and the way he would be, his ignorance at times, and he was so pompous and then just out of nowhere, the cruelty. He was tremendous at being
something
hateable.
About the cruelty coupled with the cowardness bugged me extra. Like if you think about Beauty and the Beast, Gaston, right? He's a dick. Gaston, okay. Gaston is a dick, but he's kind of earned that. He is the strongest, most good-looking, most talented, whatever. And if he treats people like Homelander does, at least 1% of you is like, well, he is better than these other guys. And when they went on to battle the Beast, he led the charge, right? Like, so this guy sort of earned his right to be cruel to people in a way that King Joffrey did not.
Yeah. Gaston is brave and accomplished and pompous and self-centered and narcissistic. You can almost forgive a little bit of that. His girlfriend was kidnapped by a monster. But you look at Joffrey and you're just like, God, not only are you awful, you're pathetic too. And then Ramsay, and you wouldn't have thought it, but they came back. I hate Ramsay more than Joffrey because Joffrey is a sociopath. Joffrey's almost like learning how to be cruel, whereas Ramsay is a practiced hand at it. He's good at it, and he likes being good at it, and he likes getting better at being cruel. And whereas Joffrey was just sort of, I don't know, just mean. He wasn't necessarily.
He was like an unplanned dick cruel person, whereas Ramsay took cruelty and made it a craft that he refined and practiced. I get it.
I'm hoping I get Dad on the Game of Thrones bandwagon because I know that like week to week what that show was like the first time. That's one of those I wish I could erase my memory and go back and do that. If that's ever a service that's offered, that a memory erasure. Forget a TV show for $9.99. Oh, I would pay a lot of money to forget Game of Thrones.
Huh.
I'd pay $5,000 to forget Game of Thrones, I think.
Wow. I don't think I would. I don't know if I'd pay $5,000 to watch it again, but I'm telling you, it's better on rewatch. Did you rewatch it yet? Game of Thrones?
So I used to rewatch every year. So that meant that I've seen season 1 like 7 times, and I've seen season 6 like 3 times or 2 times or something like that, whatever it is. And so like I know the later seasons less and less. I never rewatched the final season because I was so upset about that. But I've seen I've seen the early parts and the middle parts many times.
I've said it here before, but quickly, it's better on rewatch. It's better on binge. When you had to wait a year and a half for the next season, and then there's only 6 episodes, and you want all of them to be absolute bangers because you have so much invested in all this waiting. But when you're just binge watching an old show, it's okay that one of the 6 isn't a total banger. It's fine. Watch the next one.
Yeah, I agree completely. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to harp on that again. I just can't do it again. And I'm like forever mad at like not the actors, because I see them as victims in all of this, but the creators, like I'm mad at D&D, whatever those guys' name, David Benioff and whatever their names are.
Aren't their careers over now?
I root against
David Duchovny.
Not David Duchovny. I love him.
I'm just making shit up.
But aren't their careers kind of shot now?
They made the 3 Body Problem. That was the last thing that I know that they created. So I'm sure that was a decent payday.
It's no Game of Thrones
for them. No Game of Thrones. No. In your little world of entertainment, there's the Search for Gollum is coming out at some point. Is that the same, or maybe I know you don't keep your finger on the pulse of it. Is that what Stephen Colbert wrote? He wrote that, right?
I think he helped write it, and Andy Serkis was a big part of it. But
his pitch.
We'll see. They really shit the bed with Rings of Power, and so hopefully they take some lessons from that and make it good.
I'm really hopeful for it, because not only is I trust Colbert, I know he's a massive Lord of the Rings nerd, and he's super into the lore. And whenever he's had actors of the show on, he dives deep. It's all deep cuts about lore and stuff like that, and he's really respectful of it. So I like that he's writing it. I like that Andy Serkis is coming back, of course. He's directing. Andy Serkis is directing, and Peter Jackson is producing. So
he's not going to be Gollum in this.
He is going to be Gollum.
I hope he's still good at, because he was Gollum, what, 15, 20 years ago?
I saw him on a talk show not that long ago. He slips right into it to the point where you're like, oh my God. I think he was reading Trump tweets as Gollum. That's what it was.
I'm worried that he can't crawl and move in the same way, which to me was a big part of what made the character successful.
How old is he? Let's see. I don't think he's...
Well, I mean, he's 25 years older than he was when he did it in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. How old is he?
A spry 62. A spry 62,
I'm concerned. But
might have a lot more upright Gollum this time.
Walking. He crawled like an iguana. It was really kind of neat. And I don't know if it still has that, but we'll see.
Because the special features,
the Achilles thing. I saw a thing on Reddit. Hold on, because I'm out of the loop on this. Saw a thing on Reddit, and they showed Brad Pitt, and then they showed the new actor, and they're like, it used to be great, and now it's terrible. And I was like, never heard of this new actor, but I don't know what why they're so upset.
Don't know.
And then I saw a WhatsApp conversation in the PKA thing. The new Achilles is someone who was born female and is trans male now.
It's a little more complicated than that. I sent the link there to that funny bit. You may have already seen it. They take the Boagrius scene from Troy, and they put Elliot Page in the armor instead. So Elliot Page used to be Ellen Page. You might remember.
Oh, that's Elliot Page?
Yeah.
Who's the new Achilles? Okay.
Sort of.
From Juno. Yeah.
So I don't know who plays Achilles in the movie when he's alive, but this movie definitely has scenes from the Odyssey, I think, where Achilles has already died, and Odysseus goes to the underworld, I believe, and he speaks to Achilles. And in the story, it's described that Achilles has lost his golden luster and his warrior aura. He is diminished and weakened. He is what's the specter? Is that the word?
Shade.
Shade, which is essentially like a Greek ghost or whatever. He is a almost translucent, weakened version of his former self. In that regard, it kind of makes sense to cast the Elliot Page, because I can't think of a
right. You wouldn't
Elliot
cast
Page
The Rock to be that version of Achilles.
Yeah, you do.
Imagine if let's just pick someone. Brad Pitt had aged 25 years and is no longer the shape he was in Troy.
That's not how he's
and
described.
You just got him.
They don't describe him as aged and wizened. They describe him as like an incredibly diminished version of himself. He's been physically and spiritually decimated, and he's sad and depressed in the underworld. So I kind of like bought over to Chiz's side.
Are you serious?
That I don't mind as much that Elliot Page is playing the Shade ghost version of him. However, here's what I would have done. I would remember when Matt Damon was in The Martian, and toward the end of his Mars stay, they CGI him and make him look incredibly emaciated. He takes that shower before he leaves at the end, and he's got sores on his body, and he's shaving off 3 years of beard and like greasy hair, and he's just incredibly emaciated. He looks like a Holocaust victim. That's what you should have done to whoever is actually playing Achilles. I don't know why you just completely not recast, but like hire a different actor to play this diminished version of him. But it bothers me way less than the other casting choices. Travis Scott is in this movie for some reason. He's the rapper who, like, remember that person died in the crowd, and he's like, I want to feel the motherfucking ground shake. And it's like they're carting off a dead person. He's in the movie for some reason. And then like Helen of Troy and her sister, whose Greek name I can't pronounce off the top of my head, Plantopoulos or whatever, are both played by the same African actress, I guess. She's got one of those like tribal shaped African heads. She's got a name I also can't. It's got a lot of syllables.
Yeah, it's gonna fail tremendously, and it'll deserve every bit of it. That's absurd to cast Helen of Troy as a black lady, and
Who's the queen of the gods with the Greeks? Is it Hera?
Hera was Zeus's husband or wife. But then there's also like the other ones, like Aphrodite, Athena.
Athena, that's the one I think. I'm pretty sure Zendaya is playing Athena. So you've got another like person of color playing a Greek.
The movie's not going to do well. It deserves it. The idea that you hire Elliot or Ellen Page to be Achilles, who was like famously a broad-shouldered giant warrior,
not as ghost,
that's bananas.
But you're not hitting it back on the ghost part, right? If it's supposed to be a diminished like shadow of him former self. I like the CGI idea the best because like imagine me watching the show trying to fucking realize they changed actors on like stop it. You're just bullying me at this point.
But it is me, like, Achilles from the Thor.
If you read the Odyssey, at no point are they like, oh, the diminished form of Achilles is now a 5'1" like trans woman. Like it's still Achilles. That's how Odysseus recognized him. He's
trans
just
man.
But regardless, like it's just a slap in the face to the whole story from Homer. It's ridiculous. I'm blown away. I was so shocked when Chiz was like carrying water for that. I was like, are you serious? Like, because he was saying like, that's crazy to have Helen of Troy. All of us were on the same page of like, yeah, Helen of Troy she's very specifically described, and she's a Greek lady. Like
she's a blonde, fair-skinned Greek lady, which is an anomaly in its own right. Because like by my scale, the Greeks are not.
But they don't make the cut for you.
Did you say that was Zendaya's role?
No, that was Zendaya.
Zach, show us the girl who's playing Helen of Troy.
Yes,
please show us a photo of her. Because
what's the movie called?
The Odyssey.
The Odyssey. Okay.
And so one of the longest, most storied epics of Western civilization, and they're just like almost so overtly. It's to the point of mockery.
Most of the cast is white. You got Matt Damon. You've got who's Zendaya's husband? Fucking Tom Holland. You got Robert Pattinson as well. Like those three are all in so much.
What does Tom Holland play? Do you know?
He's one of Odysseus's like boys. I can't like Pontoncleus or some shit. I can't think of which one. There's Helen of Troy, the face that launched 1,000 ships.
1,000.
Yeah, and also the Elliot Page thing is so ridiculous, so absurd. Like, and
anybody wants to see a good.
I see
movie?
the ghost thing as complete cope, where it's like actually, Achilles was diminished in his shade form, and it's like, yeah, true, but he was still Achilles. Like he was still a warrior. He was just diminished because he was now dead. Like that's just so over the top ridiculous that it's going to get hate, and the kind of Hollywood media will do what they always do, where they try and preempt it and go, racist trolls are hating on this bastardization of the oldest epic in Western civilization because they're mean. I already saw them writing an article where they're like, Elon Musk and his team of trolls. It's like, really? Do you think they'd be going after this if it was casted correctly? No, it's just like woke horse shit that nobody likes. I think it's cast correctly. Cast correctly.
Casted maybe.
When you throw that rod and reel out there.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, I think this is absurd. I'm not going to watch it. Most people won't.
I don't know. It's a Christopher Nolan movie. I would guess in the holiday season of this year. I genuinely don't know, but it's a Christopher Nolan movie. It's going to be a massive movie. I'm with you. I'm not going to watch it because I feel like those inaccuracies are like thumb in the eye or something to me. As me.
It's a fuck whatever. You is what it is.
And look, if you want to watch a good version of the story, Troy is great.
Troy's fun.
Brad Pitt is in the best physique of his entire career. It's the most optimal Brad Pitt. And that you saw that, if those of you who weren't watching, like Zach flashed a photo of the chick who plays Helen of Troy in that movie. I don't know her name. She gets topless in the movie. She's bonkers attractive. And you got Eric Bana playing who's the prince of Troy? Hector. They have a great fight. Hector and Achilles. And before the fight, Hector is like, let us say now that after this fight, the loser will be given all rights and honors as are observed by the gods of men. And Achilles is like, you'll have no eyes tonight. You'll have no tongue to speak and no eyes to see. You'll have no ears to hear. I will drag you before the dogs behind my chariot. And it's like, fuck.
Did they eventually give Hector's body back? I have in my memory that they
bring. Yeah. So after he does do exactly what he said and disfigures the body and drags it around behind his chariot, he kind of feels bummed out about it afterwards. It didn't like bring his friend back to life. And so he takes Hector's body back and he's kind of mournful about the whole thing, at least in Troy. I haven't read the fucking Iliad and the Odyssey since high school.
You know what would be some good casting is John Fetterman should be the Cyclops. He could
winning me over.
Polyphenon, is that his name?
No one has blinded me. No one has blinded me. I don't know if they're going to get into the. I know the movie's called The Odyssey, but all of the stuff that I've seen has been more focused on the Iliad, the stuff that happens at Troy. The Odyssey is my favorite part. That's better to me. I like Odysseus. Achilles is like Superman. Like if we're comparing it to modern day shit, Achilles is Superman. Odysseus is Batman. Odysseus is fucking a regular guy, and he has to use his mind and his wit. I mean, he's a good warrior. He's the king of Ithaca. But he's got to be crafty every step of the way to get back home. And he travels for 20 years, I think. And the saddest, it always makes me cry when he gets back home to Ithaca. He's in disguise at first, and because he has all these suitors trying to take over. The king's been gone for 20 years. All these men from the neighboring provinces and kingdoms want to marry his wife and take his kingdom. And she's done this silly Rapunzel shit where she's like, when I finish sewing my like mourning shroud, then I will marry. And all day, every day, she's sewing the shroud, and at night she undoes it. I'd have caught on to that on week 2, but nobody in Ithaca
could have just made it an enormous blanket.
But so Odysseus gets home, and he's finally literally at his home. He's on the island of Ithaca, but now he's approaching his household, and there's his dog. His dog is like 24 or some shit, and the dog has been waiting on its master loyally outside the door for 20 fucking years, and it looks up at Odysseus and wags its tail, and Odysseus can't pet it because he doesn't want to give himself away, and the dog dies right there. Now in the movie version and the TV versions, he fucking scritches that little fucker and then it dies happy, and I'm like, that's an easy rewrite. All right, fuck Homer for writing that sad ass shit. It's better this way. Give that good boy a scritch. All right. Good boy. It's like that Futurama scene when they show like the dog waiting forever.
That's a rough episode.
I'll tear you up, right? It's that's taken right from the fucking Odyssey. And then fucking he gets in there and he sees how these men have been slapping his son around and raping his fucking servants and running his kingdom into the ground. They're eating all the suckling pigs. There's no new generation because they're just throwing it. They're not planning for a future for Ithaca. They're wringing it dry. And he finally has that moment where they shut the doors to the room with all these suitors, and it's just fucking Odysseus up there with his bow, and he just starts shooting. And then by the fifth dead man, people start bargaining. Sir, big mistake here. If you would just listen to me. And he just, no mercy, kills every single fucking one of them. His son gets to kill the one that had been bullying him, runs a spear through him, sticks him into the wall. It's great. The guy's banging on the door. Please let us out. Spear through his back.
I like to imagine his disguise was on the same tier of, when Heath Ledger is dressed as a nurse but still in all the makeup, and then he takes off the mask and suddenly Harvey Dent's like, it's you. It's like clearly the Joker.
On a lot of medicine. Yeah. I figured that. Like, I wish they'd put that line in there. Like he's real doped up in that moment, so that's why he doesn't notice.
Which movie did you just describe? That wasn't Troy.
That was the Odyssey.
The story of the Odyssey.
There's two different versions of it.
But it's not a movie. You're talking about the book.
There's a movie and there's a mini series, and obviously there's Homer's epic tale that was written 1,000 years ago or whatever.
I don't think
the movie's okay. It's okay. It's pretty good. Yeah. And of course, they get tired of the mourning shroud or whatever she's sewing, and so she's like, "All right, we're gonna decide today who I'm marrying. You have to string the bow of Odysseus." This is a bow that's made out of like ram horns. It hasn't been strung in 20 years. It's stiff as hell. You have to string the mighty bow of Odysseus. You bend it over your leg. You hook the string in there. And then you have to fire an arrow through 9 axe heads. And there's a little loop on the handle of an axe head. And all the axes have been like hammered into the wood of the table so that the holes line up. And all of them are like, that's fucking bullshit. There's no way. But they start trying to string the bow. Nobody can even get close with the bow. They throw the bow on the ground, and the old beggar says, "May I take a try, madam?" And they all laugh at the beggar. I think somebody throws a drink on him or something like that. and she's like, "Any man here may try to string the bow of Odysseus. This is my command." She kind of knows. She's kind of seen this guy. He's got a scar that she recognizes.
At this point, this is flourishing. He could have just been, "I'm Odysseus." And
he takes that bow, he flexes it a couple times, he bends it over his knee, and he just goes, hook. Like, it's not even just one motion. There's no second try, third try, just hook. And they all go, "Oh shit. Put that bow down, beggar. You put that bow. You fire that arrow." And he's goes through all the fucking holes and sticks in the wall. And then they all look back at him, and he's transformed. His disguise that was given to him by Athena dissolves, and he is Odysseus before them. And he doesn't waste any time. He looks at his son and says, "Now!" And the son fucking kills the first piece of shit with a spear. And he just starts letting arrows loose, just one after another. And they're begging and screaming and crawling in blood. And like I said, no mercy is shown. Everybody.
Vibing that this is going to be one of those situations where Kyle's telling of it is better than the movie, because I'm digging the telling.
It's good. You got to read.
Every Star Trek episode he describes is better than Star Trek. And I've read the book when it was high school, but that'll probably be the last time.
A long time ago. The Iliad was the one I liked more. There's more violence, more fighting in it. But the Odyssey, I guess, was great in its own way. But disappointing how they're handling the property, the movie. I wonder if Homer's family's upset. The same way J.R.R. Tolkien's family's upset, as if like they still have people.
The name of the movie is called The Return. It came out let's see. You'll know some of the actors. It's a decent movie. It's not a 5-star gem or anything. It's 78% on Rotten Tomatoes. Came out in 2024.
2024. Oh, it's newer than I expected.
Yeah, I watched it a few months back, and I love the story anyway, so it was an easy win for me. I liked it. I like that revenge at the end. The mini series, the revenge might even be better. Like that. I watched the whole movie of him getting kicked around and treated poorly, and seeing that his island has gone to shit, just for that scene at the end where he kills everybody. And he's got a great speech. He's like in the bedroom with his wife, and he's like, "They tried to take what I built with these hands." And he's like having this meltdown about all this stuff. It's great. Real good movie. I just love the story. I like although like it's definitely written for an ancient audience. If you break it down, the reason it took him 20 years is because he did a lot of whoring on the way back. Like every night he would get distracted with an adventure that involved just fucking some like witch or something for like 8 years or something. Like for real. Like I don't remember the ins and outs of it. He obviously has that little run-in with the Cyclops and he has to fool him. No one has blinded me. That's pretty low tier trickery for the modern audience, but I guess it worked back then. But then he like comes to this other island where I think they turn all of his men into animals or something, and he's seduced by some like goddess or something like that. I think they're killing the pigs that used to be his men and eating them even. It's a whole shit show. But he's definitely in like a fuck fest with some other chick for like years when his wife is waiting at home.
Yeah,
so
it was that witch where she turned his men into pigs, and then he was like, well, she's a cutie. Let's not get out of here too quick.
She was a cutie.
Yeah. It's a little more sophisticated than that, but it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of this tale,
I think the story ages incredibly well because it's really like the hero's journey. Like the boys will be boys, of course, but it's like the hero's journey with, foibles and faults and problems of,
there's a part.
The reason it took him so long to get back was because I think the first problem was where he goes and gets captured by Polyphemus, the Cyclops.
Yeah.
Takes him and his men into the cave, rolls that giant boulder that Polyphemus does into the entrance of the cave, and he's a giant Cyclops, so none of them can move it. And then Odysseus has this idea of like honor and these sorts of things, and then the monster just plucks up a couple of his guys, munches them,
eats them,
like just eats them. And so then he gifts the Cyclops wine. Cyclops has never had that before. Passes out drunk. They heat up the steak and stab it into the sleeping Cyclops' eye, blinds him. And then the Cyclops opens his cave the next day, lets his sheep out, blind now. They all hide on the bottom of the sheep, so that as he was feeling the tops of them to make sure that no one was escaping, that, the men didn't get out. And he would have just went straight home, except he yelled back from his ship as he was leaving, like, "It is not nobody that blinded you. It's me, Odysseus." And then Polyphemus is like, cries out to his father, Poseidon,
the god of the sea,
and was like, "Fuck this guy up. He blinded me. One of your kind of bastard, hit on an island children, but one nonetheless. And, fuck this guy up, make it so he never reaches home. Curse him to never reach home." And so that's, if Odysseus hadn't been prideful in that last minute, he would have got home.
So you're right about all that. But then after that, he's clearly in a spot because the god of the sea is against him and he's trying to sail home. So he calls in a favor. Zeus hits up his boy Aeolus, who is the god of the wind, and says, "Yo, give me the wind real quick. Throw it in this satchel." Boop. Got the wind in the satchel. "Odysseus, hang on to this. These are the westerly winds that were going to hold you back from home. Now you can sail straight on." It's fucking sweet. Thank you for the winds of the west in this little satchel. And all of his men don't see this interaction because he's talking to a god or whatever. They just see that Odysseus has a satchel that he won't let anybody fucking touch, won't let them see it. Odysseus has got gold and treasure that he's not sharing with us. And finally, like, they get within sight of Ithaca, and Odysseus is like tuckered out from a night of sailing or whatever. One of his boys grabs the satchel and he's like, "Fucking hoard your gold, not cut your men in." Boop! And he's holding like a wind machine with all the powers of the western wind, and it blows them back to where they started from. Like, it blows them like a year away or some shit. And like wrecks the ship. Then they have to like sail through the Straits of Doom or something like that. It's a great tale.
It is a great tale. It's a reason it survived for 3,000 years almost.
And it'll be dead in fall 2026. It looks like it's going to go ahead and
it'll live on.
I'd be okay with this if the sword cut both ways. Give me the Harriet Tubman story starring Shane Gillis. All right. No makeup.
I don't want that either.
No makeup. Just Shane Gillis. Come on, child. We're going to run you back Freedom Road.
He's in blackface.
No makeup at all. No makeup at all. He's a white man. There's no reason to put him in makeup. They're not. Do you think they're going to put whiteface on that Helen of Troy actress? Of course not. That would incredibly racist.
Probably be jarring.
It would be jarring. So you just have Shane Gillis play Mother Moses, and like you have like some white man talking down to Shane Gillis. Get out of here, you ninja woman! What you doing out here in polite society? Oh, sorry, sir. It'd be great. I'd love to see Shane Gillis like flex his acting wings.
This is a funny idea.
That is a funny idea.
Yeah,
that would take me.
I want to do the Hitler story. I want to do like the bunker of like Hitler, black guy, Denzel Washington playing Hitler. The whole time he's just ranting about the vermin race and everything.
Morgan Freeman as Hitler. Ultimate story.
You put that little mustache on him.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like.
How
if they made a Shaka Zulu movie, I wouldn't want fucking Martin Short
Hirsch as Hitler.
Judd Hirsch.
I don't know what he looks like.
He's the Jewish guy from Independence Day.
Oh, that's actually what Hollywood
these
does.
Jews. They tell me they're not a problem. They're a serious problem.
I'd be okay with that too. Yeah, like why not? Let's mix it up. Race doesn't matter, right? Like anybody can play anybody.
You'd all be dead if it wasn't for my friend Heinrich.
Exactly.
Yeah, that guy was such a caricature. It's amazing that was even like okay in 1994 when Independence Day came out. Like it's offensive to me, and I'm not a Jew. That would offend me if I were a Jew. I really feel like it would. He's a caricature.
Completely.
Yeah, he's kind of what did they call it when people did the big red lips and the black face? There was like a term
Pantomime?
for it. Maybe that's what I'm going.
No, I thought it was just.
That's not it. It's blackface, but it's a different kind of blackface. It's the specific one with the.
Maybe I'm going for minstrel show. Yeah, it was like a minstrel show, but of a Jewish person.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, that whole movie is, Will Smith is like, do not shoot that green shit at me. It's like, dude, you're an Air Force pilot. Shouldn't you be keeping comms clear? What are you doing?
That movie is.
I have more effective comms in Marathon.
That movie really. If I watch, last time I saw that, I was probably 12.
Don't rewatch.
I bet it's not good.
When I watched it in theaters, it was the greatest movie I'd ever seen. I remember being in the parking lot and being in the back seat of my mom and dad in the front, and me and my sister in the back, and being like, that's the best thing I've ever seen. That was amazing. I loved that. That was so good. I loved that movie. When it came out, I immediately bought it on VHS or whatever, watched it over and over and over. When he punches that alien and says, welcome to Earth, and pops that alien in his fucking alien nose. And then the next scene you see, and he's dragging the alien in his parachute, dragging your stinky ass across the desert.
Yeah, he's upset that he has to do it.
Goes back and kicks him a little.
Yeah, it was more absurd now that you're bringing all this up because, like, it's Will Smith. I watched the Fresh Prince. I know what he sounds like. I like to imagine he was like, "Welcome to Earth," and the director's like, "Well, can you maybe
black it up?
Can you say Earth for us?" And he's like, "Oh my God, I suppose."
You're coming off a little more Carlton than Jazzy Jeff, and I'm gonna
I wonder if he's had any acting training yet. Because he didn't at first. On the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, he had never taken an acting lesson. And he's like, what do I do? And the way he tells the story, he's like, they describe me as a blind man headed in the right direction. They're like, God, just keep going with the way you're going. You're doing fine. And that was Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But he's done a lot since then. Has he formally learned to act, or is he just vibe it his whole life?
There's acting coaches on set a lot of times. If there's any kind of a, like even that little thing I did, like I worked with an acting coach for like, I don't know, hours and hours before we shot. He would come in like, try to see it like this a little more, and like do this and that, and your inflection here, and like going through it like over and over with the lines, like coaching me up a little. I'm sure because in his later stuff, like that's I can't ever remember 7 pounds or 8 pounds. Pursuit of Happiness. Even that one movie where he's Dr. Neville and like the world has gone to shit. He's the last man. There's zombies. And when he's in that bathtub hugging his German Shepherd, I Am Legend, which is like the third iteration of that of a story. Charlton Heston does a good version of that too. I love that movie. It starts when that movie starts. Charlton Heston's like, Charlton Heston's fucking cool back in the '60s anyway. He's like, yeah, right. Well, he's got his sunglasses on. He's driving like a convertible Mustang or something through New York, and you don't know anything's wrong. And then suddenly he like turns it sideways, pulls out an Uzi, and just goes and kills like a bunch of zombies. And he's like, all right, another day in paradise. Like, this guy's cool. And but like Will Smith, like, I felt for him in that movie. There were some sad moments in that. He's a good actor. He really is when he wants to be and when he has the right material. He did that movie where he plays Venus and Serena's dad.
I'm sorry. I was going to say when he plays the right character, but then I processed it and he has a lot more range than I just gave him credit for.
Remember Ali? Did you see Ali?
I didn't see it, but I am aware of the physical transformation.
Yeah, Ali is worth watching today. Not only do they tell a pretty accurate warts and all story of Muhammad Ali and his rise to fame and all that stuff, Will Smith kills it with the accent and the physicality, and they got his hair done right. And they have John Voight playing Howard Cosell. They famously had this back and forth, and friendship. And just you watch the real version of the real Howard Cosell and the real Muhammad Ali, and then you watch Will Smith and John Voight, and you're like, damn. This is one of those instances of them just getting it just right. I think he won an Academy Award for that. Maybe that movie won some. It won some awards. It's a good movie. It's one of the better biopics. It's up there with stuff like Ray, where Jamie Foxx played Ray Charles so well.
I'm trying to quickly see if it got any awards. Nominated for two Oscars, and it has 10 wins and 27 nominations total. But I don't know what they're for.
Yeah, I don't remember either. It's been 15 years or something, but real good Will Smith movie.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Will Smith. The current version of him, the Chris Rock thing. Chris Rock thing is not why I disliked it. Will Smith. I think most people, that's their major complaint against him. I just feel like he got a little soft. He took his eye off the prize. He can't seem to get in shape. For a Hollywood actor, you are a product who needs to be able to find fitness
to
do your job. And he's not getting it.
He's low T. That's why his wife's running around with his son's friends. I will say I watched the new Bad Boys, and I like the Bad Boys movies anyway. But the latest Bad Boys movie came out last year. It was fun. They did some really interesting camera stuff. They have a camera rig sort of mounted to the gun that Will Smith is holding while he runs through the house, and it's flicking around 180 degrees. So you go from looking right at Will Smith to without cutting, going back around to seeing him. And it's kind of like a first-person shooter game for a little while. And I mean, it's a Bad Boys movie. It's machine gun shootouts and Martin Lawrence going, hell no. If you like that, you'll like Bad Boys 4 or whatever it is. I liked it.
I thought Martin Lawrence was dead.
No. That's Bernie Mac.
Bernie Mac's dead.
Yeah.
Did Martin Lawrence not also have a sitcom?
No, you're thinking of.
It was called Martin. I'm the man.
Look nothing like either of them.
Martin's show was in the Seinfeld era, and Bernie Mac's show was in the Malcolm in the Middle era. Bernie Mac's show was late 90s, early 2000s, and Martin was early mid 90s. It was super popular. It was the Black Seinfeld. We watched it. I watched a lot of Martin growing up. We would say the catchphrases. It's I'll never forget. There's one where Martin's cutting his toenails and one of them flies off and hits Gina in the head, and they go POV on the toenail as it spins through the air and it hits her and recoils her backwards and stuff. Shit like that got me. I love that. I
hated that show. His overacting was so overdone. I couldn't stand it. It was silly. It was dumb to me.
I was a kid.
Could see it.
I was 6 or 7.
Certainly older. Yeah, I was probably 20 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, different audience.
A lot of stuff hits when you're 6 or 7 that never will again.
It's so funny if you watch the I think it's The People versus O.J. Simpson. I think it's the one with Cuba Gooding Jr. playing O.J. and the jury is having to decide what TV show to watch. And half of them want to watch Seinfeld and the other half want to watch Martin. And the black chick goes, "What's a Seinfeld anyway?" What is a Seinfeld? And it's like that was
well, he's a funny
moment,
New York Jewish guy.
But that moment sort of like boiled down the issue in the jury room, that you had like this massive divide between the blacks and the whites on the jury. And I think they've admitted later on that, like, yeah, he was guilty. It was about the LA riots. It was about who's the guy, Rodney King beating. It was about the injustice and the LAPD and all that. Lucky OJ, right? Picked his time.
But it wasn't like good enough to stay clean in the rest of his life. He had to get him. They found a way to put him in jail for kidnapping.
They entrapped him, and you know, like you couldn't have picked a better guy to entrap. Nobody was sticking up for him except for his defense lawyer. But they totally entrapped him. You know, they're selling his memorabilia like illegally, like or something like that. And he's going in there like nobody's going anywhere. Like, oh, you just kidnapped him, dude. You can't say that. You can't say that. You just deprived them of the exit. You just kidnapped them, and the judge is like,
after you get away with it
this time, big boy, that's kidnapping, all right.
After you get away with it the way OJ did, like you got to feel unstoppable,
right? You commit a couple murders, kidnapping a layup.
Yeah,
not just famously committed to. It's one of the. I can't think of a trial that I know more about, that was more publicized, that was more viewed, more watched. We all know the judge's name, Ito. Everybody knows the judge. You know Marsha Clark. You know the whole cast and crew and their backstories.
Right. Who are the defense attorneys? Shapiro, maybe, and
Shapiro. Kardashian was one of them.
Who's the Jewish guy who defends Trump a lot? Dershowitz.
Okay. Yeah, all those guys.
He's been connected to a lot of seedy shit.
Well, what are you gonna do? It was incredibly publicized, and we all knew he did it. Like the DNA evidence, the fucking. He had her blood at his house and in his car and on his stuff. He had a cut on his hand. His blood is at the crime scene. Those gloves that supposedly didn't fit, there's a clip of him 3 years prior wearing them on Monday Night Football, holding the microphone. Right. It would be like if I like this. It'd be like me, like people like, no, that's not my jacket. That's your jacket, all right. I see you wearing it. Like he's wearing
of America, just pretending those gloves were supposed to fit over the latex gloves he was wearing. He was wearing
not only
hospital latex gloves, and he's like spreading his fingers and doing everything he can to make the gloves not fit. And it's like, oh, it's the best I can do. He's not a good actor. It was very clear he didn't want them fit.
And who was the black lawyer that he had? Was it Johnny Cochran? Johnny Cochran told him, he's like, hey, we're going to be trying that glove on next week. Stop taking your arthritis medication. Cut that out. You don't need that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
This guy's an NFL player. His hands are arthritic and beaten and bruised and full of scar tissue. You take his arthritis medication away for a week or two and they swell up like balloons. He said, and the Bruno Mali shoes, I know the kind of shoes. They're $600. He's like, I'd never wear them ugly ass shoes. There you are on tape wearing them. I got a tape of you wearing them, bitches. You fucking lie.
Inadmissible.
That's how it went. It became about stuff like Marsha
not
Clark's
my
hair.
type defense. Still going today.
Yeah,
I mean, I was too young to know the fallout from the OJ thing, but it seems like does anyone sincerely think he didn't do it?
No, not anymore. Back then, you had like all the black people like were celebrating in the streets and were like pumped for it. You know,
I agree with that, but that wasn't his question, right? He asked, do they sincerely think he was innocent? And the black people in my life were rooting for him, even though they thought he murdered him. And it just like Kyle said, the Rodney King thing and the riots around it, like it had impacted the national mood on race relations, and particularly cops treating them unfairly. And it was almost like, they needed to even up the calls. So like in hockey, they'll call a phantom call against some guy who's mostly innocent.
Yeah. It was all just race based. No, if he was a white dude, no one would have been like, oh wow, he definitely didn't do it. They'd be like,
now, one of the theories I do like is that it was OJ's son who did it, and OJ is quasi like not turning his son in, and that's for the reason for much of the evidence, because it could have easily just been his son in OJ's car, and his son leaving, blood in their house and this, that, and the other. I've heard that take before, and that's the only thing I could even almost believe a little bit. I think there's definitely a possibility that is true. It's just miles and leagues ahead that it's OJ.
So his alibi was that he was practicing his chip shot, golfing in his yard at 10:15 p.m.
I can believe something like that. Like I don't know.
Really?
you know what my sleep schedule's like. You can see me roasting a tenderloin at 3 a.m. sometimes.
That just doesn't. I don't know, man. That doesn't sound.
There were no witnesses to him doing the chip shots, but there were witnesses that saw him at the murder scene.
Oh, see, that makes me think
there was that dog walker. Yeah. Well, I mean, you couldn't see into his yard. Obviously, he's got those big, tall ivy fences and gates.
I don't know, man.
Like the cops,
this is like those late night shows where it's like the Nazis and UFOs, the real truth. Like that here.
I just wouldn't want to look. I wouldn't be. I'm not 100% OJ did it because a lot of the evidence would also work if it was his son who had done it. I don't discount any of the evidence or the
I hate how bad his defense was, though. Like he did. I guess they don't want to say his son did it, but he claimed that he was so disabled from his football career that he wasn't athletic enough to kill a girl. Meanwhile, he's a man, true, but it's the girl thing because it takes less athleticism to kill a girl. Mm-hmm. But he's making exercise tapes, like jazzercise and shit like that.
Was he really?
Not only that,
but he's acting like he can't walk.
Oh,
there's so many little tidbits.
This is so cut and dry, Kyle.
It gets worse. It gets worse. You don't even know. It gets worse. There's more. Very recently, prior to the murder, like within a month or two, he had filmed a TV show with the Navy SEALs where they practice how to kill people with knives.
I didn't know that one.
Wow. You couldn't write this. You'd be like, that's unrealistic.
His footprints are there in the $600. See, that's the thing. Like I think the Night Stalker, Romero or whatever his name was.
Ramirez.
He was wearing some Mexican sneakers. There was only 170 pair in North America or something like that. Only 30 pair were in LA. So it was holy shit, this is a rare shoe our killer's wearing. OJ's wearing an infinitely rarer shoe, $600 Bruno Mollies to a murder. Okay, I could believe that a killer, crazy madman might own a pair of $600 shoes, but he don't wear them to the murder scene unless you're OJ fucking Simpson. It's so clearly him. It was about setting things right, setting the balance right against what had happened. That Rodney King thing was terrible. Basically, the early days of video recording, someone recorded this guy, Rodney King, getting pulled over, drug out of his car, and beaten so mercilessly by the LAPD with clubs that you're just like, God, what could this guy have done wrong? And it wasn't much, speeding or something. He had a little bit of a record, but it wasn't some hardened criminal. They beat his shins and his knees. They tortured him in the street. And this lady's recording with her big old giant VHS camera. And that tape hits the news and everybody knows these cops did this. They're dirty. And then they all got off scot-free. And then Los Angeles burned and people died in the streets and you get the roof Koreans and all that. And then it's just a year later or so, O.J. Simpson trial's coming up and it's global news. I watched it every day with my grandma. I couldn't have been 6, 7 years old. We watched it every day. The jury proceedings, the whole thing. Just sitting there on the couch watching that shit. Did you
care at 7 years old? That feels too young to I wouldn't be interested in watching that sort of thing.
Had my
but the world was
what
a
I
buzz
knew was
about it.
I knew the basics. My grandma would like they think this guy killed his wife and blah blah blah, and he used to play football and he's in the Lethal Weapon movies too. He's Nordberg, not Nordberg. But yeah, I remember when it came out that he was not guilty and knowing that was wrong at 7. I remember knowing that the way it was
on TV. I think a new cable news channel fired up just to cover if it didn't fire up just to cover the trial, it was coincidental and a brand new channel was there when the OJ trial happened. I would argue that it had the national attention a little bit like a new war. You know, like that was the level of attention everyone was paying to it. So I can see how a kid would have an opinion or look.
If you want to see like the best take on it I've ever seen, it's The People versus O.J. Simpson, America Crime Story. I think it's on Hulu. It's on Netflix too, and they've got Cuba Gooding Jr. playing O.J. and they leave it a little ambiguous as to like whether he's guilty or not. Like they don't show him do it. They show everything that we know, and then they show him kind of looking in the mirror to himself and stuff like that. But you don't know. No, they don't like black and white show you. But it's very well done, and it's maybe 10 episodes. They got John Travolta in there playing maybe Dershowitz or somebody like that. They got Ross. David Schwimmer is playing Kardashian. And I think the Kardashian stuff is really interesting for like today's audience because they're like, wait, Kim Kardashian's dad? Yeah. Khloe Kardashian's dad? Not so much. That's the guy on trial, actually. And you get a little bit of that. You kind of get some hints at that in the miniseries. It's real well done. I've seen it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, and then the whole Kardashian thing. If there was no OJ trial, there's no Kardashian fame.
Yeah.
It's a pretty interesting butterfly effect.
Yeah, Kim Kardashian's in the movie. Like there's a little girl actor, like, oh, that's Kim. You know, she's over there. She's some like mousy little dark-haired fucking, where are they from?
Armenia.
Is it Armenia?
Hollywood.
That's the genocide. Yeah, that's it. Armenia. Yeah, those hairy bitches. Yeah.
The Ashen at the end of the name is usually Armenian, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Can't recommend that enough, especially if you don't know much about the OJ trial, because then you get surprised when like stuff happens, because a lot went on. You know, it came out that like Marcia Clark, who's the prosecutor, her ex-husband like leaks nudes of her in 1994. He's got like Polaroids of them on vacation and her like topless, and now that's in the tabloids. Better Society didn't know about it. I didn't know about it when I was 7, obviously. I doubt my grandma knew about it.
I'm
but
not
like
part of Better Society.
yeah, you are. Like I think it was sleazy people who were like digging in the mud for Marcia Clark's nudes, you know, in the Inquirer or wherever they got published. Like it was one thing after another. Yeah. It was a very interesting trial. And then Judge Ito was like a celebrity. He would get up there and grandstand and talk and to the cameras and like play to the media. It was such a clusterfuck.
I remember they had DNA evidence as hair or something, right? And they wanted the defense couldn't get it, or no, the prosecution couldn't get it. Only the defense. Something was messed up, and their explanation was that you can't split hairs.
That's pretty glib.
I don't know. I can't imagine a bigger trial. Like Trump was on trial, and that was not nearly as big as OJ's.
It's the daily coverage. It's the daily coverage. The celebrity of OJ Simpson, which, you know,
cameras in the courtroom.
I was too young to know that he was such a big celebrity, but like doing my research, like learning about OJ as an adult, it's like, oh, he was in all these car insurance commercials. He was all over your TV, and he had been a sports legend. He's got like he's top something in like yards or something still. Like he's got records. He's one of the greatest. I've seen those clips of him playing and like, God damn, that's incredible. He could definitely murder 2
against
people.
Plumbers and something.
Yeah, he could definitely murder those 2 people.
Yeah. And then you like find out the seedy details. Like he had been like stalking her and beating her for years. But the thing was,
seems to add some evidence.
She's in his mansion in Brentwood, where I think real estate's a little high, and he's been kicked out of his house that he bought with his football money, and he's got his arthritic knees now, and he's out of the league, and he's doing Lethal Weapon movies or not Naked Gun movies or whatever they are, and he's peering through the windows, and his ex-wife is blowing this Jewish waiter fellow on his couch. And that might have ruffled some feathers in some people. You could imagine
he was
that
upset.
Just a little.
This is not proof of innocence.
Like, no, you're really setting the stage. You're like the prosecutor. Like you're.
It's wild that he got off. It's the biggest. To me, it's still not just the trial of the century. It's the trial of our lives of all time.
Yeah.
Like getting those cameras in the courtroom every day makes it a sitcom, not a sitcom, but a drama, a TV show, a soap opera. That's what it became.
Yeah, I don't know. Like national attention was just on it, and I don't know why. Like if Tom Brady killed his ex-wife, I don't think we'd replicate the OJ energy. People would.
Yeah.
You got everybody.
You got
the black people were invested and the white people were invested. One of theirs had taken out one of ours, and it was, and both sides wanted. We had there was a home team and an away team. Everybody had a vested interest, especially in the wake of all that rioting and Rodney King shit. Everybody was.
I think it was the Rodney King stuff that elevated it to a level that wouldn't exist if Tom Brady replicated.
And also, it was so gory. You know, it's not like that Murtaugh guy in North Carolina. I think murdered his family. I think he shot them all, which is horrific. OJ cut these people's heads off with a fucking knife. he sawed people's heads off in the richest neighborhood in Los Angeles with a fucking knife. And again,
I didn't realize he cut their heads off. I thought he just slit their throat. It was more than that.
The head didn't come off, but when they show, it's like almost off. The spine is all that's holding like her
he
head.
Didn't mess around. Okay.
Yeah, he went at him.
Jeez.
I think we were innocent back then. That was before, like, it wasn't ISIS. It was beheading everyone.
ISIS.
Is it ISIS? Is the new one? Who's before? Taliban?
Al Qaeda was the one before.
Al Qaeda is what I was going for. Yeah.
They all did. ISIS was like pro at that, though. They were
right, but it was Al Qaeda that took my beheading virginity. That's the one that shocked me. By the time ISIS was doing it, I'm like, whatever.
This is pretty passe.
Yeah,
right.
Get out one of the curvy Arab swords at least. What is that? A butcher's knife? Come on, you low rent desert folk.
Get a scimitar.
One of the. You ever see those Indian swords? That's just a bunch of blades like connected with like hinges. It's like a whip sword.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, it's awesome. I have Indian whip sword. Let me look it up before we close this out. This is important that we get this in. The Indian whip sword. It's called an Arumi.
The Arumi warriors. Yes.
Yes. It's pretty interesting because if you imagine like it's hard to defend against. It just, if you block it or try to parry it, it just wraps around and fucks you up anyway.
Dude, I'm looking at this thing. I would fuck myself up. It would make my nunchuck play look safe.
Exactly.
So destroyed.
Yeah.
You know, if this were a good idea, other people would have done it. Look at this.
Look at that guy. So you're in big trouble. How did he get up there so high? Look at him go.
Maybe he's falling.
Maybe there's on a hill. He started to the left.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
All
Well,
right. I guess that's a wrap. Okay. Check out our sponsors in the description.
Yeah, get in that poker tournament. I'm going to do that. It's literally like, it's going to be a small-ish free entry pool for $5,000. I'm going to play. That's awesome.
Really? That'd be fun. Dude, it'd be fun to stream that on Patreon. Anyway, PKA 804.